I'm just saying. I think it's weird.
Welcome to Down the Rabbit Hole with Oz and Jesse. How you doing, everybody? And tonight we're going to be talking about demons and dolls. Demons and dolls. That is tonight's topic. Different things that have been possessed by demons, and they are inanimate objects, obviously. Is there anything you want to add to that? Or
No, I mean, I think we're specifically looking at the ones that are the most popular and the ones that have had movies made about them, and then but mostly these dolls being not like spirits or whatever, but demonic possessed. Like, you know, everyone has a theory, but this is
so like my mother-in-law.
That's probably true for most people. But going over the stories of them and how these dolls have left its mark on culture, on our pop culture.
So if you're watching right now, we are on YouTube, we are on Abstract, we are on X, and that is at Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. So don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. If you're watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe. If you're watching on Abstract, make sure that you follow us. And obviously the same goes for Twitch and X as well. And whatever platform you choose, we appreciate you. But we are trying to build our YouTube. So if you can go over to the YouTube and hit the subscribe button, like and engage, much appreciated. All right, let's get into it.
All right, our first doll, you want to pull up the picture?
Yeah, which one is it?
Annabelle, because she's the most popular doll. And what people don't understand is she does not look like she does in the movies. Annabelle is very much a Raggedy Ann doll that has been said that it is possessed by a demon. So I didn't realize that this doll isn't as old as I thought it was, this whole story. So this starts in 1970 when a student was given this large Raggedy Ann doll as a birthday gift. And her and her roommate just noticed that the doll was moving on its own. It was like started subtly and appearing in different positions, not how they left it, not where they left it. It would be in different rooms in the apartment, like weird stuff, like just randomly doing weird things. It even escalated to the point where they would find little pieces of paper that were like, please help me or help me, all over the house. The messages, everyone was like freaking out. So it intensified to the fact where people were getting scratched when they came too close around the chest. People could feel someone pulling on them anytime they were too close to Annabelle. They even had a medium who said that the doll...
A medium? Does that mean they're like...
No, they're not
a large
steak.
shirt size.
They're not a steak.
Medium well.
No.
Okay.
So like
just want to like clarify for the chat. A medium, guys.
Like a seance.
So a psychic seance.
I have my
one of those. They have like the little finger bells and they dance like with the pointy shoes.
I don't know. When I think of seance and psychics, I think of like the big crystal ball and everyone's holding hands and saying weird things. Or maybe that's just because
everybody thinks I have a crystal ball. They're like, Oz, can you look into your crystal ball and tell us the future every single day? And I'm just like, you know what? Every time you ask me what's in the crystal ball, it gets a little bit fuzzier every time.
No, that's definitely not.
Unless you donate, obviously. If you donate, it gets really clear. Either. It's like it polishes it up,
Okay, so
I'm just messing.
The medium claims that the doll is possessed by a spirit of a young girl named Annabelle Higgins, who had died on the property several years before. And feeling sad, they gave the spirit permission to stay with them. When the paranormal activity escalated, the original owners were called in. They concluded that the doll wasn't inhabited by a child spirit, but which they said doesn't possess objects, but was being manipulated by a demonic entity, which means they were just manipulating the doll, making it like, oh no, I'm a cute little girl stuck inside a doll, don't get rid of me, when it really was just something horrible and demonic. Because that's like the case with most things. They pretend to be a little girl. Like, oh, I'm a little girl, you know,
Little
don't
girls are the devil.
They aren't, but that's how
Little
they
girls.
used it. Anyways, because
My mama said little girls are the devil.
no, her activity got worse and worse, and then they put her in the box.
Activity? You mean like
she was physically okay? So she was either physically lashing out, knocking things over. She was never where she was supposed to be. They'd put her in one room, they'd find her in another.
You know, there's this story I have, and we had this like tiki face thing, and me and my friends like growing up, and there were a couple of girls that were in the house, you know, my friends' girlfriends at the time, and we were pretending that this thing was alive and it was doing things, and it would move, and we would turn it upside down and put it in different places. They'd wake up in the morning and be like right next to them on the pillow.
That's
it was
so messed up.
so like I could imagine that there could be some human interaction with this, like
everyone just messing with each other.
Yeah, like I mean it's all fun and games. Like it's kind of normal for people to play tricks on each other, so like
Absolutely.
I give that a little bit of validity here.
I mean, I could see where you're going with that, but according to these people who experienced it, from visitors and everything, the scratching, the feeling like they're overheating to where they're gonna pass out. Like, that's like moving something. What do you want? Like moving something, that kind of stuff, that's a whole different ball game. Like scratching people, these people really believe these things happen. So is it in their head? I mean, how do you fake some scratch marks on your back?
So here's the thing. Okay. This is what makes it valid for me. Okay. Ed and Lorraine Warren. Okay. They work with the Catholic Church. They were ordained ministers with the church. And if you know anything about the churches, they do not allow you to do basically like exorcisms and things like that without approval from
Correct.
The Vatican, right? So you have to have approval from the church. Somebody has to come forward and say, hey, there's some validity here. It has to be proven that there is something, because they do take into account, you know, for mischief and mental health and different things like that, right?
Well, they didn't always used to do that. That's fairly new.
Right, but they were, at that time, they were doing that. Okay, so when Ed and Lorraine got involved, that was the case. So the fact that the church got involved and were like, this is serious enough to do something about it, is what makes me feel like there's some validity to what happened, because there had to be some type of thing that they saw in the doll that, you know, made them take it. Otherwise, they just thought it was a collector's item, and they were like, you know what, we could totally just take this thing and we'll put it in this little case and it'll become very valuable. But I don't see that.
It's not valuable. It's terrifying.
It's very valuable. It was stolen.
It was stolen. That was actually debunked. That never happened.
No.
It never happened, but people wanted to...
See,
this is another
and
thing.
here
people
comes the
play
conspiracies.
Pranks. No, but people play pranks. And I looked into that because I thought that too. And I was like, well, that's not great. I don't like dolls. I've always made that very clear. I hate dolls. Dolls are creepy. Their eyes follow you. It's odd. Like, I never owned dolls growing up. But the fact that they were so scared of it, it literally says, warning, positively do not open. The box gets taken. She does not get taken out of it.
Okay, so here's my thing is, if Annabelle is this supernatural doll thing, right? And they decide, oh, we're going to take it on tour and we're going to show it off to people. And
yeah, because people are weird and they like being around that.
Right, and I get it. But who's to say if this thing that literally, when they brought it to Louisiana, the plantation burnt down. Okay. And I have a clip. We're going to watch the clip here in just a minute. But what I want to say is if it did go missing and it was gone, would you believe the official story that, oh, we totally found it, it was never lost? No, I would. First thing I would do is I would go get a Raggedy Ann doll, stuff it in the box, and say, look, we found Annabelle. There she is. For all we know, Annabelle is lurking in the shadows behind your bed, in your closet right now, prying from around the corner, looking to menace society right now, for all we know. As far as I'm concerned, I do not trust the official story. I think she could potentially be out there like Chucky, roaming around, doing little things and whatnot. I refuse to believe the idea that she's just, oh, she went missing. Oh, no, she's back. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
You can't prove that one way or another.
Either way,
You
I
don't
choose
even
to
know if
believe
they took
to
her
look
really
over my
out.
shoulder because Annabelle's down the rabbit hole over there, okay?
But hear me out then. Okay, so by that logic, maybe she never even left and it was all a publicity stunt and it wasn't the real doll, but because people will buy anything and people are delusional and they love this creepy kind of stuff, they could have just been faking it.
That
and
makes
she's
more
still there.
sense. Except for the videos that I found while she went on tour. Some YouTubers went and they opened the box and were allowed to like touch
That's
her and
impossible.
stuff. So we're gonna watch the
Because
video.
then it's not the real box. There's just no way.
You're not real, man.
None of us are real,
All right,
technically.
so let's start with this, okay? Let's give this a little gander here. I'm gonna put my headphones on so I
Did
can.
you
Or do
just
you want to hear it?
Drop my stuff.
Because I already heard it.
Okay. All right.
you-
Make sure it's on the screen.
So you can just put this up to your ear like this and take a little listen. And so let's listen to this. This is from YouTube. These guys are freaking hilarious, by the way. I love.
Can they see it?
Yeah, they can see the. So it's right here.
Okay.
So let's take a little listen.
Just recently too, what happened in New Orleans?
What happened?
Fam, they moved the Annabelle doll. Did you see that? They took the Annabelle doll off the real case and they're doing a tour with it.
Oh,
and
they
first-
brought it there?
Wrong
yes, and the
outfit on.
first one was Louisiana.
Oh my
so
God.
the warrant literally told that person, this is the
think they
most
never
dangerous
took the
thing we
real
have at our
That's what
museum.
I'm
You
saying.
must be sick in the head if you want to do a tour with it.
And
they
that they're doing a
continued.
tour.
Yeah,
That's
look at
crazy.
this.
He's doing that then.
Fam, he has holy water
Yeah.
and a prayer beside him, and the Annabelle doll is right in that black
How
thing.
much
Oh
would you
my
And then you
God,
see him
bro.
every time they have to do this.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
And
you
you
said
can't
a
leave it
lot
to
of like the
Louisiana.
were like buried and
Yeah,
stuff like
yeah,
that.
there's a lot of that were
Fam, right after the Annabelle doll left, two things happened in New Orleans that was really big. One was the plantation caught on fire.
Oh,
One of the longest standing plantation houses burned to death. I saw a video where people are saying when they took pictures of the fire, there would be silhouettes everywhere, ghosts. And I'm like, yo, that makes sense because if people died there, so boom, if you see right here, zoom in on the circles, the ancestors.
Damn! So right away they brought the doll into the fire. That's crazy.
The Nottoway plantation started burning.
That's crazy.
Yeah. You see all these silhouettes like actual like ghosts, fam. No, and just recently too, what happened in New Orleans?
What happened?
Fam, they moved the Annabelle doll. Did you see that? They took the Annabelle doll.
Okay.
Can you want a real answer to that? Because I got a better answer
Yeah,
than
I
the
mean-
doll.
Okay. Tell me.
What are the history of these huge plantations that have been around for over 100 years? And what kind of apparitions or ghosts would be lurking there wanting to set it on fire? Let's go back in history a little bit.
Master sir, please, master sir. And
So if
he'd be like,
anyone
"Go
wanted-
pick my cotton."
If
He's like,
anyone
"I'm
wanted,
gonna voodoo the ghost of Annabelle on you."
if anybody wanted to burn it down, that's all I'm saying.
All I'm saying is, I want to burn it all down.
Well, that's
I'm
a
with
little
it.
different. With,
Let's leave the government shut down. Let's just leave it that way. Anyway, let's not get too political on that.
no.
But yes, so the plantation did burn down, and also I believe it was 12 inmates escaped from prison
That I don't
the
know.
same time. So let's pull that one up
Oh
here.
my gosh.
So the rabbit hole gets deep, chat. All right, the rabbit hole is deep. So they're moving the Annabelle doll to the French Quarter. He's blessing it and praying over it, right? This is their little ritual thingy that they're doing, right? And that's his little prayer he's got to read. He's got it written down so he doesn't forget. just like Jesse. She got
Most gracious Virgin Mary, thou who was crushed the head of the serpent, protect us from vengeance from the evil one. We offer prayers, supplications, sufferings, and good works to thee, so that thou may purify them, sanctify them, and present them to thy Son.
I'm gonna open up the case.
So,
You're gonna quickly,
Annabelle.
I mean quick.
In the case, right?
Grab it and put it in.
This is obviously not the real Annabelle.
It's Annabelle is worn looking, not bright,
Right.
and
So this is a regular.
They
this
said they can't
video
see.
right here. You guys can't
Close
tell.
it up fast.
Sorry. Let's go back
Close
to.
it up quick.
So look, he's blessing it. We saw him blessing it, right? And then this is the Annabelle doll. They're supposedly are moving. That is not the real Annabelle.
it's not. It's that red.
100%.
That hair is too red.
Yeah, and they move it into this other box. This is, I don't know what this is. Maybe it's a haunted house or something.
That's all right.
That's not the real doll. There
In the name of the Father,
in the
Son,
other
and Holy
video we
Ghost.
just watched.
Hail Mary,
that
full of
was
grace, the
actual
Lord is with thee.
original.
Blessed art thou
You know what's
amongst
crazy
women,
is
and blessed
I-
is the
Getting
fruit
one
of
that
thy
I
womb,
had, yeah.
Jesus.
I had
Holy
a
Mary,
raggedy
Mother
Ann
of God,
and Andy
pray
doll
for us sinners,
growing up
now and at the hour of our
that my
death.
parents had.
Amen.
And
Yeah.
one year for Halloween,
Let me see your hands
my
again.
sister and I dressed up as Raggedy Ann.
Yeah, okay. And now she's
That's
transferred.
weird.
Well, my parents always
One
chose
time.
it. You just gotta watch
Now
it.
she's transferred over.
It's actually holy water.
And we're going to keep her in there temporarily.
Do you
It's
remember
not
when Lorraine
that
Warren said this about the
raggedy
Annabelle doll?
head.
Don't
What?
ever touch
It's
any of
Raggedy
it.
Ann.
And if you do, let me know.
It's a long video.
This is the
Yeah,
worst
so
thing.
that's
And
the actual.
that job.
But I guess some people forgot about
That's
that
not
because
it.
she's on tour right now.
Right?
So they took her to New Orleans, and why does a plantation house from
There's no-
1859 burn down after?
No.
So
This
here's the
mansion was
thing.
about 53,000
What
square
happened
feet
in
with
1859 on
64
that little
rooms,
plantation
and it
there,
burns
my
down
friend?
after Annabelle
tell
decides
me.
to visit the city. Fire is
Slavery.
still under
Hold on.
investigation,
Well,
so
yeah,
you
we
could-
know that, but let's.
There's
rewind.
more things at play than a doll.
Is that
and it burns
Let me
down
tell
after
you.
right? But
If I was
that is not the actual doll. This is the one
So
that was
then-
supposed to be on
so if
tour.
it's still in New Orleans and nothing's ever happened because they kept it in the box, why would the fires? That doesn't sound right.
I think they took a fake doll on tour.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
That's why they're like,
But-
oh, we lost it to cause hysteria because people
Right.
are dumb.
So if there's like a spirit or something, and there's supposed to be like a legion of demonic entities attached.
I
to
can believe
Annabelle.
that.
It's called Legion, and if you ask it its name or whatever, it identifies itself as like thousands of entities, right? Who's to say that a spiritual force couldn't attach itself to this doll just based off of the rhetoric behind it and everything that they're doing? It could have created a whole new entity, or not created, but a new entity could have latched onto it. Who knows? They could have done some kind of ritual thing to it. Who knows, right?
Demons don't like other demons.
That's not true, because Legion is one that possesses, like Judas was possessed
That's-
by Legion, right?
There's
Which is
no actual
right. But if you go off of
structure to
biblical, right. But
but that's the problem.
it doesn't have to be one entity. People can be possessed, and objects can be possessed by more than one entity. Okay.
No.
Yes. Read your Bible.
No.
In the Bible, it states that there was a man that was he was full of demons, and Jesus cast out the demons and sent them into a herd of pigs because there were so many demons. They went into all the pigs,
Well,
and the
those
pigs
pigs
ran
didn't deserve it.
into the sea and drowned themselves.
Poor pork chop.
I'm just saying that
No,
this is
that doesn't make any sense. Take the Bible out. Explain it to me.
there.
Take the Bible
There's more-
out. Explain it to me.
It's a spiritual entity. It's not like it's taking up physical
Because
real
there's
estate.
a difference between demon, spirit, and
Haven't
ghost
you-
if you see it that way.
Haven't you seen people so there were these people that I interacted with, and I'll tell this full story later on. Now is not the time and the place, but I'm going to breadcrumb you guys a little bit right now. This is part of the breadcrumb trail that I am leaving for you guys. But there was this man and he would talk, and sometimes he would talk really loud like this, and then yeah, and
he went from Elmo to Louis Armstrong.
yeah,
Okay,
he
got
was
it.
like, I see skies are green,
And now you're just Schwarzenegger.
plantations too, I whip them too.
Don't sing.
All right, just me and you, and I think to myself. Okay, I'll stop singing. What a wonderful world.
I have to hear this like live. Yeah. Please
So-
feel sorry for me.
This guy was possessed by multiple entities, and each one of these entities that he had in him had a different ability. One of them was this,
Schizophrenia.
I mean, if that's what you want to scientifically call it, but I seen it in a way where God showed me through my path and my walk and my journey that there was something more than that.
Take the Bible out of it. And then there's no argument anymore.
And that's, I mean, you can label it as whatever you want, but here's the thing is we have to have an open mind that there are some things that science cannot explain.
Well, clearly, or we wouldn't be doing this.
Exactly. So tell me when I can unmute. What do you mean unmute? So
Unmute what? Are we muted?
I don't know. But basically the
Oh, he's talking about your horrible singing. Now I know what he's talking
oh
about.
my God.
You are correct.
You're not allowed to mute
say
me.
that.
Okay. You
I
have
get
to
it.
watch
I
the
can't
whole
mute,
show.
but you mute for me.
Okay, so we have to understand that yes, we can put a scientific explanation on everything, okay, and we can look at it from a logical perspective, but we have to, especially with these things that we're talking about, that we're looking into, we need to have an open mind, and we need to start, in my personal opinion, I think we should blend science with spirituality. I think that they go hand in hand. Because we have the separation of church and state and all these things, right? That's a no-no, right? But I do believe that they are similar, one and the same. Yes, we have physics, but there are things that defy the laws of physics. You know, there are things that we can give it this label, and that's how we can describe it and give it away for our puny little brains to understand. But there are just some things out there that we cannot explain. No matter what scientific explanation you want to put on it, for me, in my life, in my experiences, I have come to find that yes, there is versions of people who are mentally unwell and they are schizophrenic. And then there are other people that are possessed by demons and they are granted powers because of those demonic entities that are within them. And that's what I'm referring to with this guy. This is how I knew that he was possessed by demons and that he was not schizophrenic, because the different personalities or whatever that he had, they gave him abilities that no human could do. And you ever saw the movie Split? Remember? It was the Unbreakable.
I remember the movie.
And basically the beast, right, had this special abilities and stuff. I believe that those are demonic forces that actually possess people, that give them abilities. And then I believe there are people that are just unwell and they have split personalities. But I believe that the difference is that when you are given the ability to speak perfect Latin and you never spoke Latin before in your life, that is one thing that the Catholic Church uses to determine whether or not something is just a person with mental illness or someone that's actually possessed by a demon.
Okay. Or maybe someone has access to more of their brain than we do.
I mean, that's possible.
Because you could remember, like, they've even said we could have memories of a past life, hence why we don't get the full access to our brain, because we're not allowed to have it. Our brain can only function at 20 to 30% at max. That's if you're super, super smart.
Gen X says Mark 5'9". You wanna look that one up? Should we?
I don't have a computer.
Let me see here. Let me see if I can pull that one up right now. Mark 5:9. I believe that is the demons in the man. So I have actually read every page in the Bible.
So have I. We both went to Christian school.
Well, most people who went to
We
Christian
got
school
tested
never
on
actually.
it.
Okay, so here it is. And this is from the King James Version, Mark 5:9. And he asked him, "What is thy name?" And he answered, saying, "My name is Legion, for there are many."
If you believe the Bible, right?
I do believe the Bible.
I don't.
And you're entitled to have that opinion. But those of you who don't believe in the Bible, I would encourage you to read it. And as you read it, reach out to God and say, "I would like for you to reveal yourself to me," and he will, and you will see that it is real.
Okay, I'm not having a Bible lesson with you today.
I'm just saying.
And the reason that we aren't allowed to use our full capacity of our brain, we have no idea. But as of now, most people don't ever use more than 20%, and only the high elite use a little bit higher percentage. But for whatever reason, our bodies cannot actually process using our brain at 100% capacity. And I think there's they think that we would be telepathic or whatever that case. There's a block that we're just only allowed to use bits and pieces of each part of our brain to answer that question.
And I agree with that. And I think that that is a real explanation for some cases. And in some cases, I believe that there is a more likelihood of a demonic possession. And there's a list of things that, the church calls
That's my
for.
whole issue is the church.
And I'll tell you this,
Creating
I do not
this demonic possession thing to make experiments out of people, or to be like, these are the same people who are like, mental health isn't real, you need God, when they really just needed medication.
And I agree with that. But I think that there's also something else that is real out there that can't be explained.
Possible.
How do you explain the spirit box thing?
I believe that ghosts are real.
Right. And I believe that I don't believe that all of them are ghosts. I think that some of them are demons, which are basically the fallen angels, and whatever you want to call it. Like in any religion, right? First of all, I'm not religious. Okay. I just understand that there's something bigger out there that we can't begin to understand. I do not believe in church as a religion. I think that most churches and the people that are in churches are very hypocritical and are probably some of the worst people, and I do not find myself equally yoked with them because they have these righteous blinders on, and they refuse to see the truth because they think they're holier than thou. So I do not find myself having church with them in a building. I do not believe God is in a building. The best church I ever had was with my grandfather. We used to feed the homeless every Sunday from 1983 to 2007. Every single Sunday, never missed one. And one time, my grandfather, it was just me and him, and on a Sunday, we went down to the liquor store. We grabbed a couple 40 ounces of malt liquor and went to the park. Just me and him. I was 21 at the time. This was much later on. And we just sat down with some of the homeless people there. And we said, "Hey, you guys want to share a beer with us?" And we passed around the 40, and we were just sitting there talking, and we were just fellowshipping with one another, telling our past stories and things that we've been through, our struggles. We prayed for them, and that was the best church I ever went to. It was helping people, even with just a beer as a way to open it up. Nowhere in the Bible does it say you can't have a beer. I don't understand where all these Christians...
if you believe the Bible, he turned water into wine.
Exactly.
And that's lit. Just saying.
That's what I'm saying. That's the kind of God I want to have. If someone
could do that in front of me, I'm like, I'd be a believer. But
I turn water into wine. I just add a little bit of fruit and sugar to it.
That's not how that happened.
That's how I do it.
You're done preaching to me now.
I'm just saying,
I
I'm
get
not
it why you
religious.
guys have to believe what you do. It gives you purpose. It gives you something that's greater than yourself to explain things you don't understand. I totally get it. But there are things that just don't make sense because they don't make sense.
Right. But according to Mark 5:9, he calls him Legion, for there are many. And Legion is apparently what is in Annabelle. Okay? At least what I've come to find. So let's finish watching this clip.
Oh, it's so long.
Annabelle decides to visit the city. The fire is still under investigation, so you could call it a creepy coincidence, but if you watch
So
The
these are not
Conjuring
the
and
real,
Annabelle movies, you will know
It's a
how
movie, I
evil
take
she
it.
truly is.
Lorraine.
But that's not the only weird thing that happened over there. 10
That one
inmates
is.
escaped from a prison shortly after.
So these are the
The
inmates
way they
that
did it, they like
escaped
escaped
from
from
prison.
a wall behind the toilet. This is not
Now
even
what
their
she
size,
says is a
this
little
Annabelle's
hyperbolic, like,
size.
oh, only a doll could fit through
She
there.
could have
No,
helped them. And
only
guess
could
where
fit
she's
through
at
there.
now? San
Okay.
Antonio, Texas. I'll be praying for you all.
Can we also point out that when these fires happened, everyone was angry? The world is divided. And these were representations of ugly history, of ugly U.S. history.
And
I don't think one
that
is connected to the other.
someone could have literally just gone out and said, hey, Annabelle is out of her cage. Let's go light something on fire because it'll go viral. You know,
What?
people are crazy. Okay. I'm just saying, but maybe it was the spirits that were let out from Annabelle that caused someone to do such a thing. Me personally, I think it was just somebody was like, hey, we should totally set this plantation on fire because,
The history that
you know,
it
fuck
holds.
these people. And two, oh, we can blame it on Annabelle.
That's what I would do.
That's what I would do too.
But right, we don't know. But that the most likely scenario, the history that those plantations have, they probably deserve to be burned. Not saying that anybody should have got hurt. I'm just saying
I don't care what happened there. I don't think you should burn down a building just because it was the man who, you know, was the judge for the Salem witch trials. Like, you don't burn the building down. No, it's a part of history, and there's things we can learn from history.
They literally rename cities when atrocities happen there. There's a few in California. They're like, we're going to rebrand. We can't
but
be
if you
associated.
burn the building down, there's nothing there to point at and say, hey, that's where this thing happened. No, once it's there, eventually, over time, it's lost and no one talks about it anymore. There's no remnants of it. There's no history left behind of it.
That's the point.
I know. So, like, burning down a plantation because atrocities happen there doesn't mean that we should burn all those things down, take down all those statues. No, they should be put there in place so that way there can be teaching that happens from it.
Do you know what they're taking out of the schools for kids to learn?
What's that?
Anything that has to do with that time period. So it is in someone's best interest to get rid of them so they're not landmarks and people can't be like, see, we were terrible people. No, it didn't even happen.
History is written by the winners. So whoever wins rewrites history in their favor or whatever they're liking to be.
Well, that's not what's happening because those plantation owners didn't win. And so if you take out there were no losers and the Confederate Army really won, where are we at here?
The South will live on.
Like, it's so weird because, like, I see that flag and I'm like, you know, you lost, right? Like, that's a loser
we're proud
flag.
people here. I'm being hyperbolic, by the way. I'm poking fun at the idea.
I believe there's some sort of balance between spirituality and logic, but I'm always going to lean towards that logic angle.
Right. And for me, I'm going to be in the middle with both. I'm going to give there some validity to the mind is a powerful thing and give some validity to that there just might be something supernatural. So I'm going to be open to both aspects and not discount one or the other just because one is easy for our mind to wrap around.
Okay.
Okay, so let's finish watching our little clip here.
It's not. Oh, it's 30.
Let's finish it here.
25. We like to fuck around and find out. So what do? We take Annabelle on a world tour. Okay, we're just moving her all over the place. They send her to New Orleans.
So they're moving her all over the place. New Orleans, man. There's a lot of creepy energy in New Orleans.
I disagree. It depends on what you discern as
to
creepy.
the ground.
I mean, there's vampires.
They
and,
literally had the fire out at one point and it reignited
Little
itself.
clip.
If
Little
that's not
clip.
the ancestors speaking their truth.
Yeah, it's not a
Anyway,
little clip. I know, that's what I
then
just said.
11,
But I want you guys to see.
10 or
So these are
11
the prisoners that
convicts
escaped, right?
escape a prison. Okay? There are 10
That's pretty much
convicts.
all there was to
Some
take from this.
convicted
Hold
of
on.
unaliving people on the loose
This
in
is
New
what I
Orleans.
want you to
Actually, I
see
think they've
right
called.
here.
She would cause chaos. I just didn't think it would end up like this.
Annabelle.
So this is the actual Ed and
Raggedy Ann
Lorraine
doll
Warren.
that's made like thousands
So
of
I
other
wanted
dolls.
chat to get a chance to
Except
see
that this
them.
doll
And
was used in
this is
communication.
supposedly
having
the original
seance.
doll. I don't think it
A
is,
nurse
though.
had
Maybe it
received the
is.
doll 1971 as a
They're
present,
just kind of
Christmas
explaining,
present from
you
her
know, what
mother.
happened. The nurse
And the doll
received the
stands about
doll.
3 foot
What
high.
we talked about.
Right,
And she would take
exactly.
it to bed with her at night.
So I just wanted you guys to get a little context of who they are. They're not the people that you saw in the movie or whatever. So there's that, okay? So this is the video. This one is short. So there were some YouTubers that while it was on display, and this is what makes me believe that it was the real people. Oh, did we lose it?
They've opened Annabelle's box to investigate whether she's actually haunted or not,
these
and they
YouTubers
found
right
out
here,
something terrifying. Owner of the museum
they
let
were
them
given
open the
an
case for only
experience
5
with
minutes
the
to make this
doll,
meeting
with it
relatively
open,
safe. And they even asked a
watch
priest
and
to
see
say
what
a prayer.
happens here.
So after opening the case, there was no coming back.
We didn't want to waste any time that we had to be able to do this.
At any point you feel threatened or anything like that, don't hesitate to leave the museum for a little bit.
They used the Estes method to communicate with the doll. It's the same one they used to talk to Peggy. Watch what happened.
Annabelle, or any spirits here, you can speak through Colby to tell us a message or to talk with us. Is there anybody here in the museum with us?
200,000.
What? Are you connected in any other way to other haunted dolls?
Everybody against you.
Meeting with the doll showed immediate results because after getting into the car, they had a serious argument and finished recording.
You believe. You always believed.
I mean, these guys were seriously traumatized from this.
They've opened Annabelle's
seems
box
pretty real and legitimate to me. This is why I believe that they had the real doll on tour. This, I think, is the real doll right here. I thought it wasn't. There was another image, though, that looked more like it. Maybe that was the wrong image. I'm not completely sure. But I do know that this image is from Ed and Lorraine's basement, where they have all these different artifacts and things that they've gathered over the years. Maybe they're just pack rats and they saw cool things and they're like, oh, it's got a demon, we better take it with us and add it to our little collection. I think that's plausible. Maybe not. I mean, my dad's a pack rat. Okay, my dad wants, if you've got something that he doesn't have, he's got to have it, and he would blame it on the devil to get it away from you. I'm just saying, it is plausible, right?
I think you're way out there with this one.
Why not?
Because, like you said, they were religious people.
It's the devil. Give me your action figures.
You know how I feel about hiding behind God for your bad actions. Own them. Don't say, oh, I did this bad thing because the devil made me do it.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's maybe what they were doing. Like, for instance, I have this. Those of you who have been around for the show for a long time, on my desk I have the baseball here, right? Signed by Mike Trout. Now, if I had this and you were a preacher and you were like, oh, the devil lives in that ball, I better take it with me. I better take that ball from you.
People use God to do terrible things. You're proving my point.
And I believe that that is a possibility. Like, I'm not taking that off the table. I'm open to the fact that there are some things that we can explain and we can wrap our head around, and there are some things that we can't. And just because something happened doesn't mean that we just jump straight to ghosts, right?
Right.
We should look at the logical explanation. Why would they have this whole pack rat, display of things?
Have you seen New Orleans? They just do stuff like that.
Well, this isn't New Orleans. This is Ed and Lorraine's basement. All these little artifacts are supposedly.
I got that picture from New Orleans.
Oh, this is from New Orleans?
That's New Orleans.
Okay. Well, there is a place, and it's Ed and Lorraine's basement. And we can maybe post a
They
clip
moved
of it
it
later.
though. That was the whole thing. They gave it to this place and they kept it in that box and gave them the box so that people in New Orleans could go see. You can go see it today.
They got older and they were like, you know what? We need to make some money off of this stuff.
Yeah,
now.
they're not around anymore.
We've been pack ratting this stuff for umpteen years. It's time to cash in on our
Don't
investment.
you think it would be weird if you were religious and you want to have all this negativity in your basement? Don't you find that odd?
That's why I'm leaning towards the idea of maybe they're just hoarders and they were like, oh, that looks really cool. I want that. It has the devil in it. Let us take it off your hands. Free of charge.
Sure.
It seems plausible.
No, it doesn't. All right, next doll.
Okay. All right. So
yeah, I know.
Here's my thing is I don't think that the real Annabelle went on tour.
Whether you believe it or not, do you believe the stories about the doll? That's what it's about. Whether it went wherever, whomever, wherever it came from. Do you believe that this doll had a demon in it that was literally just harassing and terrorizing people?
I do, based off of the video of the YouTubers. Because the YouTubers,
this is where we are.
I mean,
but there's history. I'm not saying that it's wrong, but what I'm saying, there's a lot of history of people like, oh, we visited in the doll. Well, you know what I mean? Like,
right. So there's a long track record of things happening. Obviously, YouTubers can be YouTubers, right? We're YouTubers, you know.
Right.
I make up things on the fly all the time just for show value, right?
That's fun.
It is what it is. But, you know, let's not... You know,
because when you bring religion into anything, you make it a touchy subject.
I understand that. I just think that
not just for me, I don't care.
There's some validity
that don't want to hear that.
There's some validity in the fact that it may have been the real Annabelle doll that went on tour. There's some validity in the fact that it possibly does have demon possession because of what happened with the YouTuber. And there is some validity to the fact that it may or may not have gone missing and is still out there lurking in the shadows underneath your bed, waiting, watching.
In this world, all of those are very, that could happen. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's the main thing here. It's like, let's think about it. Let's have an open mind, chat. Like, let's, you know, explore every possibility that it possibly could be. Because we don't know. We have no hard facts here. No. That's the fact of the matter, is there is no hard facts.
Everything we talk about, there's no hard facts. Whether it's alien, ghosts, whatever conspiracy theories that we are jumping down, there are no hard facts.
Well, the moon landing is a hard fact.
That's
okay. We definitely have the video footage of something happened. So millions of people saw it.
So what I'm saying is it's all speculation, and we all have to come to our own logical.
Right. And the idea is for you as the viewer to decide for yourself. We're not here to tell you what to think.
We just decide what we think and our opinions, and everyone has their own.
You know what I think? Little girls are the devil.
That might be true.
The devil is in the doll.
I'm raising psychological warfare. All right, bring up Robert the doll.
All right, Robert the doll.
This story's a little older.
This one's freaky. Okay, I'm not gonna lie.
It looks so sweet and innocent, but oh my goodness.
I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, so the story of this one.
Hold on, before let me just set the room real quick. I had never heard this story.
I did.
Until you told me about it. And then I started deep diving into it for the show. And I got a little freaked out. Okay. Yeah. This is crazy, chat. If you haven't heard
Robert
of
is
Robert
something
the
else.
Doll.
Robert the Doll.
So tell us who is Robert the Doll? I'm sure most of you haven't heard of Robert the Doll. I would say Robert the Doll is creepier than Annabelle.
Oh yeah, and not only that, Robert's been around for a very long time.
Right. So tell us about Robert the Doll. Who is he? What does he do?
So Robert the Doll, this toy was given to a little boy in 1904.
1904.
He was originally given to Robert Eugene Otto, a young boy from the Key West.
So that's 120 years ago.
Yeah. Yeah,
121 years ago. Dang.
The doll was manufactured in Germany and was brought to Otto's grandfather during a trip abroad. They speculated that the doll may have originally intended for a window display, and it was not to be for sale, but the grandfather convinced them to sell it to him. A variation of the origin story claims that a Bohemian servant, like somebody off the street, is the one who sold it to him, or practiced voodoo, cursed the doll, the same old rhetoric.
Voodoo.
Right. It comes
Voodoo,
back
voodoo,
to that.
voodoo.
That kind of rhetoric. Young Robert Eugene Otto became so attached to the doll that he gave it its own name and instead on being called Gene. So this boy goes, okay, this doll is named Robert and my name's Gene now because I love this doll so much.
Wait a minute. So let's jump down the rabbit hole a little bit here before we go any deeper. So the little boy's name's Robert.
Robert Eugene, yes.
Right. And so the boy says, I want the doll's name to be Robert and for me to be Gene.
Right.
Now that is a sign of demonic possession.
Well, that's a sign of some kind of connection where either the doll's like, I want your name, call your name.
Right. Or basically he's like, I no longer live in my body. I'm a vessel for this entity to take me over. And now I reside in the doll and it has possession over me. So it is
odd.
Sign number one.
It is odd for a little child to be like, I'm Gene now. The doll is Robert. Like I don't know if my 5-year-old came up and said that to me. I'm like, oh, okay, that's a little weird, but sure, son. Like, I don't know how I would react to that.
Every time you say Gene, I think of Gene from Bob's Burgers going a jiggly, 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 jiggly.
Anyways, as a child, Gene would often blame any mischief or misbehavior on the doll, saying Robert did it when toys were mutilated or objects were overturned in his room. Neighbors, according to legend, claimed to see the doll moving in the upstairs window when the family wasn't at home. The Ottos and their guests also reported hearing giggling and seeing the doll's face expression change wherever the doll was.
Okay. Let's rewind a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So the story that I read about it is basically the doll was doing weird things and moving on its own, and creepy, weird things were happening. So they locked it away in the attic.
Okay. Well, before we get to that, that wasn't just the only case. The incident that occurred for that to happen. Okay. So one night after hearing commotion in Gene's room, his parents found the room in disarray. Gene was terrified, shaking and screaming in his bed, insisting Robert was responsible. All of his toys and everything were mutilated. Everything in the room was destroyed.
Hold on. Don't you think that a kid could be having a temper tantrum and did a bunch of crazy stuff, or maybe split personality disorder,
yes,
or whatever
very
personality,
logical, yes,
and then uses that as a reason to blame it on something? Because I'll tell you what, right now, my 5-year-old, or I think she's like 6 now, when she was younger, even now still, she would do things and blame it on the devil. The devil made me do it.
I believe that.
So, is it perfectly logical for a child to lash out and do something like that and then blame it on a doll?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The question is this. They were not home, and the neighbors saw it moving around in the attic.
Right.
That's what's creepy to me. That's what leads me down the crazy rabbit hole of this is some demonic thing, right?
But here's my issue. So Gene, and he stayed with this name. He never went back to Robert, even after he went to college. And he kept the doll. He kept it. Okay, so...
not me. I'm going to light it on fire. You know, I had a Furby one time, and this thing was possessed, okay? And it was like going like crazy, and we took the batteries out of it, and it kept like going, so we torched it with a torch.
Yeah, that was the right move. Those things were creepy.
And it was literally on fire, still going like, it was creepy.
No, so this dude... He literally brought it back to his childhood home after studying and being abroad. His wife, Anne, was reportedly uneasy with Robert and had him moved to the attic. Visitors claimed to hear giggling and footsteps coming from the attic after the doll was confined. So this is Robert's reputation. He's obviously in a museum now, locked up, like you see right here. And the story is, if you take a picture of him without asking for permission, you just get bad luck and bad things happen to you. And they literally
Elaborate. Okay.
like car accident, something bad happens, they lose their job.
You get the bad juju.
Yeah, they get that bad vibe, that bad. And so what they have to do is send in an apology or come apologize to the doll for taking its picture
Dear
without
Mr.
permission.
Doll, Robert the doll.
Dear Robert,
we are so sorry that we used Flash. Please forgive us. Our utmost apologies. Could I please get the winning lottery numbers this week? I've been doing so bad.
I believe the government was surveillance through Furbies. I think that was like a test program, by the way. I
believe that too. They had like that little like camera sensor thing.
And you just do you remember the Simpsons? Oh, you didn't watch the Simpsons. There's a Simpson episode that made fun of the Furbies, and the thing was they were literally monitoring children to see what kind of toys they like, so they knew which toys to make for Christmas.
I mean, that checks out.
It does, right? Yeah.
I would not
when it comes to the government, anything's possible.
I would not put it past any government entity to do something with toys, especially toys, right? Because children, because it's about money, right? Like that's why they monitor everything we do online. They want the data. The data can literally, Facebook knows when you have to poop. They know you have to poop before you do. This is a real thing.
Are you talking about that? This is how we all only watch cartoons. Are you talking about that American Dad episode where she finally got a conspiracy theory right, and it was Project Poop, and they were filming everyone while they were people who were on the toilet looking at their phones, and they were filming them?
Yeah. And like, so the camera's looking at you and it's looking down. So if you're beating it in the bathroom, the CIA's got footage on you. They're watching you. Big Brother is watching you. Spank the monkey. All right. So you just remember that. And one day when you run for Congress, they're going to say, you better play ball or we're going to show them videos. We got a whole spank bank full of them, baby.
Spank bank. No.
I mean, it makes sense. Why, next time you're beating your meat and you're in the bathroom, look at what direction the cameras are looking right at your face.
Who takes their phone in the bathroom? That's disgusting. That's where germs live. I mean, never, like, I get, like, I put when I have music, when I take a shower, but when I'm using the restroom, like, why would you take your phone in there where germs and poop and pee live? What the hell is wrong with people?
I get my best TikTok work done while I'm on the toilet.
Oh, that's so disgusting.
Those are my best lives ever.
No.
Yeah. And you know what? As long as you're using a mic, they don't know because, if you got your regular phone mic, they hear the echo, right? But if you got your little mic going and then you're good, they don't even know it.
That's disgusting.
True story, chat.
That's disgusting.
True story, chat.
No.
Yeah. Next time I'm live, I'm just going to say this is a TP live, and all y'all from YouTube are going to know what I'm talking about. Like, we are on a TP live right now.
I don't understand it. I guess that's a
toilet paper.
I'm not gross, so I'm not.
Oh,
gross.
I'm just kidding. Come on, like.
Don't lie.
Entertainment.
Don't lie. You're a man. I've seen every male do it. Just take their phone in there, and I have teenagers. I can hear the YouTube videos coming out of there.
If I don't take my phone to the bathroom, I have the most boring poop I've ever had in my life.
You mean you're left alone with your thoughts and you don't want to be?
Yeah. I need entertainment while I poop. At least Angry Birds. Like, I used to do the Angry Birds while I poop. That was like my main thing. Yeah. So like, I'd be dropping poops and shooting birds.
Okay. That's... I think you're addicted if you can't... That's what I'm saying. Remember when I like doing things like I put my, like, people are like, oh, I was trying to get a hold of you. I put my phone down. I don't remember where I put it. I'm going out and doing stuff and living my life or baking or talking to my kids. People have gotten so dependent, and it's like, go live. Don't be on your phone. If you can't go to the restroom without your phone,
I get the most work
Wow.
done on the toilet and while I'm golfing. That's where I get the most business handled. I'm killing two shits at one time.
I don't think that's
Two
the
turds
same.
in one stone. What? Getting two birds with one stone? I'm killing two turds with one stone.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I can kill two turds and get stoned.
But think about both those things you said are solitary and confined.
Yeah, I don't like solitary confinement.
But that's what you're choosing.
No,
Because
no.
you're using your phone.
I'd rather have my celly in there with me. My phone is my celly. It's my cell phone. You gotta have the homie in there with you. Can't poop alone.
I digress. All right, next one, Valley of the Dolls.
Some of y'all never been locked up, and it shows.
Okay, well, that's a different story for a different day, ain't it?
It is.
What is it? Some of you never had a second cop car pull up, and it shows.
Yeah, I've had like 11 cop cars pull up on me.
You got me beat.
I was a menace. He told that one. I didn't tell the whole story, but they did put me in solitary confinement for 15 days straight in the dungeon. I was in the dungeon. And that was the most awful and mentally trying time of my life, was being in that situation. And if I didn't have the mental fortitude that I have, any other person would have cracked.
All right, Shelly's in second place with the 9 cars.
9 cars.
That's pretty good. I only had 2 because I was
9
pregnant
cars.
and I beat someone up.
What did you do? You got caught stealing cats, didn't you?
No, she got caught stealing horses or chickens. I knew it.
I think it was the cats. Every time I see her, she's got a new cat.
No. She's just a good person that loves animals.
I mean, I do love cats.
I do love cats. I would steal some cats. I'd be like, oh, they're sitting on their porch. They need a home.
It was horses?
I knew it.
You're lucky they didn't hang you for it.
Hey, that was the old rules.
That's what they do. They lynch you.
She wouldn't have stole anything bad. It would have been something that was beautiful and she was trying to help.
They said, oh, she stole a horse.
You're in the bathroom now. See, this
Call
is
for
what I'm
backup.
Look it, I'm in the bathroom. This is what I'm talking about.
See,
what is
he's
wrong
in the
with
bathroom.
y'all? What is wrong with y'all?
Hey, make sure you wash your hands, please.
It's too late. What is it? Okay, so that's my thing. If you're on, okay, so we
really got down a rabbit hole.
I know,
here,
because
didn't we?
I mean, we have other stuff to talk about, but look, okay, I'm gonna visualize. Okay, you're in the bathroom. No. Oh, okay. You're in the bathroom. No, okay. So your phone is in your hand. How do you squiggle out? So you take your phone and you like push down, right? And the undies, and you lift up your phone, but then how do you wipe? Do you just like lean to the side and not to your phone? Like, how does that work? And then how do you wipe?
I will tell you how.
Okay, no,
very
let
carefully.
Me finish. Let me finish.
Very carefully.
And not only that, do you wipe and you're not going to do it well with one hand and do it correctly because you're too busy looking at your phone? That then you got to. How do you?
I got one of those neck things from the TikTok shop.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
And I got my phone, and then I just use my nose.
Not only that, then
use
you
my
have
nose to
your
swipe.
phone.
Swipe. I'm swiping like this.
Do you put it on the sink and wash your hands, your poop hands next to the phone? How? Am I crazy? Like, is that not disgusting? Like,
I would say
visualize that.
This is why I never want to touch anyone else's phone, because I would imagine that
they're disgusting
shit
like
on
you.
Every phone.
They're
Every
disgusting
phone
like
has
you.
shit on it, guaranteed. And then you put it up to your face and you talk to it. I only talk on my phone in speakerphone. All right, more on Robert the doll. Reel it in.
I know. I'm sorry.
You got to reel it in here, guys. We're out here.
I don't know how we even got there.
Okay. So Robert the doll.
Okay. So that history. So he's still, again, he says that they say that he gives cursed energy. And not only that, you can see all the letters in the background. They keep every single one of them. There are
if you take a picture
without permission, and if you don't come back and apologize or send in an apology, you just get bad luck.
What if you call it names or something like that? You piss
it doesn't
off.
like disrespect. Yes, it's been
So
around a long time.
It wants reverence.
Kinda.
So basically, you have to be all hail to the Robert.
Right.
Robert, please, if it would be all right with you, may I take a picture? Now, does it answer you and say yes or no?
No, the bad luck just stops.
I know, but what if you do want to take a picture and you're like, hey, bro, can I totally take a picture of you?
And then nothing happens to them, according to Key West, where he is staying.
Yeah, but don't you think that there's a possibility that they made all this up?
Absolutely.
And that people just get it in their mind.
Absolutely.
And it's like...
they are manifesting it.
Yeah, they're manifesting the negativity
like,
into their life.
Let's see if this is true. And then they manifest it and they're like, oh, my life sucks.
Right. And then they start noticing negative things happening in their life because they're dwelling on negative thoughts that this might have happened. Or it's freaking real.
This doll, I knew about it because it was connected to other things the stories that we had growing up. So, but this doll has been around, like, look at it. Like, that is
121 years.
121 years in almost beautiful condition, but you can see it's wear and tear. It's the moth eating, like all that kind of stuff because it was left in an attic. But that thing...
Was this doll ever cute and loved before?
Yes.
I would imagine so.
Okay, so this doll's name is Robert, right? That was the boy's name. He loved his doll so much. He gave his name Robert to the doll, and he used his middle name as Gene and still went by Gene his whole life, leaving Robert with his own name.
But mind you, that 120 years ago, the quality of craftsmanship for dolls wasn't like what we have now. Now we have all these different materials and things. So like, back then, like kids would get a hand carved wooden horse from their dad.
And they would,
for Christmas. You know what I mean? So it does, this is the quality of what it was. So I don't see it being
no idea what the
quality.
Dog's name is. They never mentioned that because it was just an entity of its own.
I'm scared of the dog. Like it's gonna bite my ankles. I hate Chihuahuas. They are the worst dogs ever. Like, I mean, will never hate an animal, okay? But I don't want it around me. I don't want to look at it. I don't want to.
They're fierce.
It seems like it's an abomination, okay? Dogs were not meant to be that small and that angry.
I disagree because I'm Hispanic and I'm small and I'm angry. So let's go down that road.
So your new nickname is Chihuahua.
Chihuahua.
We'll call you Yo Quiero Taco Bell.
No, that ain't it. Okay, Valley of the Dolls.
All right, so that's it.
For this one, yes. So there is hard to find history on this one, except for people are terrified.
So don't piss off Robert, or you're going to have to write a letter.
Don't do that.
If you don't like homework, don't go visit Robert.
And if you're going to go take a picture, please ask for permission. This dude don't play.
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm not buying it. Before
history
we get
is history. It's like saying that, what does the Bible say? Some guy lived to 500 years. We know that's not true.
It seems psychosomatic. And like, wouldn't you want to write a letter that they're possibly going to put up in the case for somebody to read?
I would never be around dolls. So
I'm going to write a letter and never been there. Be like, I'm so sorry, Robert. I didn't mean to piss you off.
What if you do that and it's like this lying piece of... I didn't curse him. He's cursed now.
I feel like we need to write a letter just for talking about it right now. Right? Because if it is real, he must know that we're talking shit right now.
Well, if we send the letter,
you wrote those. You better write a letter. You better write an apology.
Look, my life already sucks, and I already have bad luck. Come at me, bro.
There you go.
I'll call their bluff. You know how I am.
Jesse is gonna get. So we got another image of Robert the doll. Let's check it out here.
Cutie pie.
Let's take a look.
I just can't see how this doll did so many bad things.
So this is another image of the doll from the side, and what I want to know is who is this guy that looking like Walt Disney right here?
That's what we're focusing on.
I'm just saying, did Walt Disney have something to do with this?
I don't know. Maybe they had beef. This doll's been around forever.
Yeah, maybe
a doll that's been preserved, and it's very rare, over 100 years. There had to be, whether you believe it or not, there had to be something very special about Robert for them to keep
Let's see. That's Walt Disney.
No, it's not. Actually,
That
looks
is
like
Walt Disney.
Remember,
chat.
this doll was made in Germany, and that looks like a German.
That's the devil.
No, it's Germans are not certain people.
What about this? Look at this. This looks like an official seal from the government. Maybe
they're the ones who own it.
That looks like
it
a
was
state
given to
seal.
Key West Historical Society.
This looks like the Florida State seal. Obviously, it's a bit pixelated. You zoom out. And then this looks like maybe it says like the something. So there's some kind of something to it. But look at this. This looks like the swastika with the eagle above it.
No, it doesn't.
I'm just saying, I deep dive into this stuff. I was looking at the background stuff here. What I want to know is, what is this?
I think it was the little boy holding it.
What is that?
I don't know.
It looks like a goat eating a child.
What?
You don't see the goat? That's a goat.
I think just everything's a goat to him. That's not a goat.
That's a goat.
You always think you see goats when there's no goats.
What is this? What am I looking at?
I don't know. I wasn't looking at that stuff. I was looking at Robert.
TikTok seller says, I blame Israel. I'm sure that
you're probably
Hitler Youth
right.
does as well.
McDonald's.
All right.
Okay.
Reel it in.
Okay, where's
Jesse? You keep getting off topic.
It's not me. It's not me.
All right. Here we are. We're back. So
bring it up.
The next one. I think it's this one here.
Okay, that's a good one.
You want to do that one?
Yeah. Oh, we lost us.
Oops.
Oops.
Hold on, chat. We're here.
Okay. So the Valley of the Dolls, and I'm sure most people, especially if you're Hispanic, you know about this place and its history. But in case you don't, this is part of the Chimilago, I can't say it, canals in South Mexico City. This particular
A D
island,
in English, Bobby. You speak English.
Dedicated to, okay, so there was a hermit caretaker, Julian Santiano Barrera, reportedly discovered a body. Yes, and this was in the 1950s, the body of a young girl who had drowned in the canal. This canal is infamous for the horrific things that have happened. While some say he found her body and a doll floating nearby, others, including relatives, believe he might have imagined the girl entirely due to his reclusive state. Haunted.
Wait. Hold there.
Yes.
So they're saying, because he was basically a hermit to this island, that he was seeing things, is what people are trying to say. See, that's you. Your missus, everything has to be scientific and has to have an explanation behind it, right? Okay. Don't you think that he could have seen something?
I do. Now, I'm not dismissing what he saw, because there's something that deeply troubled him that started him on the venture that he went, because I don't think he could have just decided one day, I'm gonna be weird. And when he grew his own food. He didn't bother anybody. People came and, he traded food for other stuff. Nothing about him screamed crazy. He just didn't like people. Being a hermit doesn't mean crazy. Being a hermit means I don't like people. That's my thing.
It seems like maybe trauma could have been due to it.
Seeing a dead little girl might be traumatized.
Right, and that would totally do it. But and that would explain some of this. But at the same time, don't you think like maybe there was something that happened before? Like, let's say that, because he said he found a drowned girl, right? But where's the girl? There was no body found. There was
We'll get into that.
Right. So my question is maybe this is induced paranoia.
But I'm the logical one?
I'm just saying, like, we got to look at it logically and illogically. That's
what I was getting to.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, so elaborate.
Okay. All right. Haunted by his inability to save her, or by her spirit, Barrera hung the doll he found in a tree as a memorial, and it is still there, but it's in the spidery part of it. Driven by a perceived need to appease her restless spirit, Barrera spent the next 50 years scouring canals and trash heaps and trading produce for more dolls. He hung thousands of dolls, many of them mutilated, dirty, and broken across the island. So pretty much anybody could bring a doll and hang it as tribute to the little girl.
I'm hanging a doll.
In 2001, Barrera was found dead, drowned in the same spot in the canal where the little girl had said to have died decades earlier.
I don't understand. Like, how is hanging dolls?
It was like a tribute to the little girl. So when he found the little girl, she had a doll. He took the doll since he couldn't help the little girl.
I don't think the little girl liked this. I don't think this is what the little girl meant.
She was deceased. How would you know?
If she existed at all.
She had a little doll with her when she passed away. What are you talking? Every girl has little dolls. Well, most girls. I didn't.
Yeah, dolls freak me out.
Dolls freak me out.
That's why we did this show, because I was like, what's something
I don't like
freaky?
Dolls.
Like,
dolls are creepy.
Dolls
but my
freak me
thing is
out.
that she apparently when he found her and she was drowned, she had a little doll with her. So he took that doll and to appease her spirit, because we don't know what the little girl just drowned, nobody came looking for her and all that kind of stuff. So his way of dealing with that trauma was the dolls, was collecting the dolls for her.
I'm leaning towards, like, the dude was smoking some good stuff and had a traumatic experience, thought he saw something, maybe went a little bit off his rocker and started doing this to find a way, like a coping mechanism for.
Yeah, I would think
this seems more psychological
yes
than
and
it does.
No,
like the other ones seem more demonic. This seems more psychological to me.
Okay, so remember, he was found dead in the same spot the little girl had died. His nephew Anastasio, who had inherited the island, continued the tribute. Then he also died of a heart attack in the same location. All three of them died in the same spot. The island is now. Legend centers believe the dolls are possessed by a spirit of the drowned girl. Over time, it included the souls of the other dead children as well as Barrera's own spirit. And there's also the conspiracy that he was killing children, and this is why he put up all the. It depends.
Where's the children?
Yeah, I mean, you can kill somebody and no body, no case.
So that's a lot of kids.
But their thing is that it was to appease the spirit from bad things happening. But 3 people dying in the. But here's the thing about this canal, and what people don't really understand. This is the same canal that is connected to a lot of folklore. I can't say this one either. Nojales? No, that is right. Dark spirits that disguise themselves as black-eyed girls or animals like fish and leopards lure victims into the water. This is the
like
same canal. Yes, the canal that is connected to this island. Also, part of this canal is La Llorona, the legend of the weeping woman searching for her children that she drowned. It is also associated with these waterways. The paranormal activity to this canal's dark history, the canals were part of vast Aztec lake system. After Hernan Cortez conquered the region, it is said that more than 30,000 Aztec bodies were dumped there, potentially opening a portal of evil entities.
Okay, it's
a whole different, because everything connected with this canal is connected with a lot of dark folklore for Mexico City.
Okay, so I'm leaning towards supernatural now that we have the full story here. It does seem plausible the dude could have, went off of his rocker on this one.
Oh, of course, anybody.
But maybe something drove him to that. Maybe some type of spiritual entity. Like, if La Llorona is in my backyard, I'm probably not going to be the sanest person.
Well, think about the water. It's all about the water. Like, this is all attributed to this canal and this island that is right next to the canal. Like,
well, we do know
drowned children and
water can store energy.
Right, and I don't know how familiar people are with Aztecs, but they were not kind. And if they were leaving this world, they did some horrific things.
Child sacrifices.
Sacrifice anything that they thought would please the gods, they did it.
That's terrifying. And this is why I don't like religion. For that reason right there. I'm not a religious person. I'm a spiritual person. You know, I see it more as like a relationship. But yeah, I think when you get religious and things, it can send you down a very, very dark path. You know, they say the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? So, you know, these people may have had good intentions. Oh, we're going to make it rain. Let's totally kill our children. That'll do it.
Yeah. And a lot of people disappear, then everyone gets gaslighting into believing it never happened. And that's like what you're trying to, oh, nope, that didn't happen. There was no drowned little girl or the La Llorona. No, there's no dead babies.
Right, right.
That's a hard one because not only, I guess what bothers me about this one than the other ones is the bodies of the people, the little girl, the owner, and the nephew all died in the same place.
In the exact same spot.
In the exact same spot.
So, hold on. Dude finds a little girl.
Correct, with a doll.
In the water, drowned,
yes.
Right? And then he dies there at the water in the same spot.
Drowns.
And then his nephew dies at the water.
Heart attack, drowns.
And then someone else?
No, nobody else. Nobody
So
wanted to be on the island
everyone's
anymore.
like, I ain't going over that spot.
Now, they do allow people to visit during the day. They do not suggest you be there at night. It is very horrifying and terrifying. Bad things happen.
I feel like we should go at night.
Oh, yeah, not that one. I don't like dolls. I know the history. I've been to Mexico City. You stay away from that. Canal is a huge tourist spot. I grew up with the story of La Llorona because my mother was mean.
What about the cucuy?
No, we grew up with all of that. The cucuy chased you down the hallway when you were going to the restroom. Like my mom, just didn't want us to leave our room or our house at any given moment. She was just like, how can I scare these kids? And they were real folklores. They've been around forever.
If you get up and go to the bathroom at night,
you going to the kitchen.
If you go into the kitchen and steal snacks, the cucuy and the La Llorona is going to come get you in the night.
That was what she did. She goes, that was our nighttime stories. We didn't get no Hansel and Gretel or.
And see, this is how religion can control people. Lore like this can control people, right? We're literally controlling children to stay in their beds and not get into snacks by telling them that the creature from the Black Lagoon is lurking in the shadows.
It's like when you get told, and I found out that this isn't true. Like if you go to bed with wet hair, you'll be sick the next morning. You know that's not true, right?
Yeah, but you don't want to go to bed with wet hair because it can breed bacteria in your pillow. That's the real reason, right? Why you don't go. But we tell children these crazy stories so they'll think, oh my God, if I get out of bed, the crazy demon monkey's going to grab my ankle and yank me into hell, you know?
I mean,
because kids,
maybe that did happen,
right? But if you tell kids things logically, they're just gonna disobey, right? So we come up with the cucuy and the chupacabra to scare them into.
Who says those
doing
things aren't
safe.
real?
I mean,
that story came from somewhere.
I've actually seen a chupacabra.
A bald dog?
They have one on display.
It's a bald dog. It's a bald, oversized dog.
It's a chupacabra, and no one can tell me otherwise.
It's a hairless dog.
It's a chihuahua. Chihuahuas are chupacabras.
They're not hairless.
All right. So do we have another picture here? Let's see here. So that's our picture now. And here's my thing is it seems made up until you factor in the idea that maybe there is.
Those are the trips you can take.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up here. So because people all died in the same spot, that's where I'm like, okay, maybe this is
the only story I give any weight to. Because they were actual people.
What about freaking Annabelle and the dude?
Do you want my honest opinion on that? Now, I gave the story of the background because that's my job to do so. I think it's crap. The doll thing, the dolls being possessed is crap. Just plain crap.
I don't think so.
I believe, again, whether you believe in demons or not, demons, and even the church, they want bodies. And in your thing about this guy being possessed,
like dead bodies,
they want a live vessel. They have they can't get anything accomplished with a doll. They need a person. They need a body. Okay,
that was one thing that I was researching.
Because I was like, they need a body, they need a host. So when I see these doll ones, one, I think those people of Annabelle, they made a fortune, and they used religion to, again, not a fan of religion. They use that to push their narrative. Second, the other doll, again, why would you hold on to it? Oh, Robert made me do it, or Robert did it. That sounds like a child didn't want to get in trouble.
It's mutilating toys, so we're just going to put it in the attic. I'd burn that thing. I burned my Furby.
He kept it.
Maybe it was because the child was so attached to it.
It is weird, though, that he still let it keep its name. Like, that's still trippy. Like, he must have believed it so much. Now, again, I could be wrong. These things could be totally real. But in my brain, the two dolls are complete bullshit. To me, it's crap.
I want to believe.
I get it, and people do. People do. But the Valley of the Dolls, knowing Mexico City, knowing the lore behind this canal, pushes me in the other way. Because I know there's some especially, so my native heritage who settled here in California, in Southern California, are the sister tribe to the Aztecs.
So you sacrificed humans and children?
They did. They for sure did. It explains why I'm so mean. But here's my thing. They did horrific things on that land. I'm not going to make excuses. So did the Mayans. So did most tribes all around the world, but I honestly think, out of reading all of it, the Aztecs were pretty freaking bad.
Right.
So,
and like the Annabelle doll thing, it goes back to what, like the 70s. You know, the Robert the doll goes back to 121 years ago. This goes back like what, thousands of years ago.
Right. These folklore have been around for a very long time. Now, granted, this guy who had the Valley of the Dolls was in his, it started in the 50s. He was older, and he was very reclusive, so people wanted to dismiss him. And he literally traded like fruits and vegetables for dolls to keep her happy, to keep her spirit alive.
I saw that he was literally farming to basically survive and to buy dolls
and to get the dolls for the little girl. What would he wasn't asking for money.
Well, I will tell you this.
Asking for anything. He just wanted to appease this little girl that he couldn't help, and he felt so devastated he couldn't help her.
After he passed, and then his nephew took over and he passed, there wasn't as many dolls as there is today.
Nope,
the reason it's so much is because people go and visit and they bring a doll. And we're talking about thousands and thousands of people probably every year that are bringing dolls. So now it's more overridden. It's become more of it's
a tourist attraction. But as long as they keep bringing the dolls, the spirits are happy.
Maybe there was a couple dozen, maybe a few hundred to begin with. Now we're talking about thousands. So it's a whole island of the dolls. It's become this lure over time. I wouldn't put it past Mexico to do something like this to bring in tourist attraction and American US dollars.
That's true.
For every supernatural thing.
But the story of the two deaths are documented.
Follow the money. The money will tell you the truth.
But these little things didn't start till a few years, like 10, 20 years ago. This happened in the 50s. I think we forget that we're not in the 1900s anymore. We're in the 2000s. And so the reason why this was cornered off for a while, because Mexico is very superstitious. Whether you realize that, I get Americans are. No, Mexicans, Spanish, any of that in that family, were superstitious to the max. And I think their big thing was, we need to stay away from it. The canal wasn't used for a long time unless it was necessary, because they were afraid of the bad
now
spirits.
They're doing tours through it.
Because Americans
it must
are dumb.
Have not been that bad.
Because Americans will pay to do dumb shit.
I don't know. We went from we're not going anywhere near it to like, oh yeah, let's just totally take families with their children through the canal. If it was unsafe, why would they do that?
No, I'm not saying it's unsafe. I'm just saying it's haunted. There's a big difference. I live in a house I know is haunted. I see it all the time. I'm gonna move. We gonna live together, and someday I'm gonna try to get them to pay rent. Do you understand?
This studio is haunted.
I believe that because the house you live in, the house I live in, these houses were made in what 1930,
like 80 years old
1940.
or
They're
more.
almost 100 years old.
Yeah,
There's some sketchy shit.
Everything around here is old, and I think the older something is, the more likely it is to have like something attached to it. So yes,
so something
and no.
can be haunted. Okay, people. Okay, you're saying that. Oh, people don't. Why are they? Okay, you say that, but how many people go to the Winchester house? How many people?
It's freaky and weird and different.
Because it's haunted.
Is it though, or is it just a staircase that leads to nothing? A door that goes out to
people will
nowhere.
Pay, but I'm saying though, ghosts or not, people will pay to see haunted stuff.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't mean they're not haunted, or they are.
Or the story when the 50s was something completely different, and then they rewrote the story for cha-ching. So that way they can have their tourism.
But you can coexist without being possessed. I think that's what people don't understand. You can coexist with the ghost. You can coexist with aliens. You can coexist with things you don't understand.
Well, I think there are good entities and there are bad entities. And I think in this circumstance, I would say this is a bad entity because, two people evidently lost their life and possibly a little girl. So there's probably something evil and demonic. When I look at the La Llorona, okay?
Doesn't that tie in? She was looking for the children she drowned, and there was a little girl that popped up on the guy's island.
I think this is La Llorona. This is probably the
That's
real
the one story I believe
it's
because
the postquel, right? Like it's not the prequel, it's not the origin story. This is what happened
a very long time.
Right. So I'm thinking this is what happened after. And what I think is La Llorona's origin story comes from the Aztec background that comes with this. So like
correct. That's probably more likely.
A lot of evil and demonic and killing of children and people and mutilation and all that stems to cause a dark force and energy, which then possessed a mother to drown her children, which then possessed a man to see. Basically he saw them getting drowned, right? So here's the thing: it's like a cascading domino effect, right? So he now saw an apparition of this drowning girl, or maybe it was a real drowning girl, or maybe he drowned a girl there. We don't know, right? But it obviously is this cascading effect of demonic energy over the years, and it's probably the same entity because these things are timeless. They don't die, right? And so over the years, it's transferred itself, and it transferred itself into this man who caused him to go crazy, or maybe it was in the doll, right? Now you say it's not in the doll. I think it can be in the doll. Maybe it's in the island, maybe it's in the water, maybe it's in Annabelle, maybe it's in the air, in the ether, right? I do believe that entities can attach themselves to you without entering into you. You have to give an entity
like
permission.
A tick?
No, like you have to give it permission to enter into you, right?
So I would like to hear when a demon asks for permission.
Well, it's like, when you do like a Ouija board, right? You're giving it permission to communicate with you.
Those are fake, right?
No, they are not. And let me tell you something. I will give you a firsthand experience of a demonic entity trying.
I played with Ouija boards growing up, and the only creepy thing was my dad turning on and off the lights so that we would scream.
Right. Maybe there was no entity that, no energy in that space and time. What I'm saying is those things do exist. They are real. There is a scientific explanation for the Ouija board, and we'll do a whole thing on Ouija boards probably one of these days. But what I'm saying is I know for a fact from my personal experience, I have dealt with demonic entities. I've dealt with these spiritual forces and battles that have happened. and I have seen, or not seen, but interacted, and they would basically tell me that, I'm getting chills just thinking about it. Every single time I've encountered one of these things, it's always said the same words: "Let me in. Let me in." And I always am like, "You can get off, but you can't come in. Bye. Get out of here."
Okay, so so you've experienced that.
Yes.
Okay. So then you should believe all the other stuff, right? You weren't
I
there.
do believe it. We were talking about,
I'm saying, like,
we need to have an open mind to scientific reasoning and to supernatural.
I just can't buy the supernatural part on this one. The only one I can, and it's not so much the Valley of the Dolls. I believe he saw what he saw. I believe that he believed what he believed. But I also know with the folklore that I was raised with, the reason she drowned her kids was, you were correct, the Aztec Indians were going to sacrifice them, and the better way to, so that they weren't mutilated and slit their throats, she drowned them. And then she cried because that was her way of saving her own children from a horrible fate.
They do say that drowning is one of the most peaceful deaths.
I mean, I don't really want to try it, but I know the most peaceful death is actually freezing to death.
Yeah, but I mean also drowning, though, because
really?
you go into a dream state. You obviously there's some panic behind it. Yes, if you're panicking.
That sounds horrifying.
But like, there are people who have drowned, died, and then were resuscitated, and their experiences, what they talk about is that it's not a painful death. It's not, basically you go into like a dreamlike state of hallucination and you're just gone.
According to science, it's better to die from freezing to death because your sensors just start shutting off.
I don't know, man. I feel like being cold, shivering.
You stop shivering at some point.
Yeah, but it seems like that would be long and drug out, Whereas drowning, it's
but
a few
at least you
minutes.
can still breathe. That's the difference.
But you actually
breathing in water.
You get to a point where you breathe in the water and like you don't get that gas. You know how like when you're holding your breath
drowned.
And you have to.
It is horrifying.
That's the panic state of it. But I've actually saved someone's life and resuscitated them. I had a pool at one time, and we were all heavily drinking, and this girl, she was very drunk. She dove into the pool off the diving board and was like swimming around, and because she was so drunk and got disoriented, she couldn't find her way up. And I actually had to jump in and dive and grab her and take her to the top and do CPR. And, someone in that state, they're drunk, they don't know which way is up, they're just swimming around. They're probably not thinking it's probably not a horrific thing. You're drunk, you're not
okay. So
all
under
there.
The right circumstances, drowning is fun. I mean,
no,
listen,
I'm just saying.
But I get what you're saying, and you're getting frustrated with me. But that sounds insane. That does not sound like like heat exhaustion would even be better. Like, you just fall asleep and you just don't wake up. I want one that I can just fall asleep.
I
and
feel
you don't
like
wake
low
up.
oxygen would be the way. Whereas
that's what I'm saying. Cold. That is. Anywhere you go, the best way to die is to freeze to death because your oxygen slowly lowers, your sensors slowly turn off, you just fall asleep and you never wake up.
Yeah, and I mean, so like I used to collect insects, and one of the ways that we would collect insects is we would collect them and then put them in the freezer and they would fall asleep, and that's how they would go.
That's what I'm saying.
There's a humane way to do it. So I could see that. Okay. Also, lack of oxygen. Basically, you get really tired and you take a nap and you don't wake up. I don't know. I hate the heat. I hate.
But if you were
hot.
to go lay down because you were so hot and your breathing starts to, you're so hot. I had to.
Did I go too far?
I had to see.
I went too far, chat. I don't know. Maybe it's the mustache. That's what's so hot. Maybe it's the red beard.
Help me. Anyways, but heat exhaustion. You just get tired, go to sleep.
Yeah. Anyway, so back to what we're talking about, the Island of the Dolls, right?
I want
Honestly,
to know what people think because I don't know how people are familiar. Again, I love Hispanic heritage, and this isn't just Mexico. Spain has a lot of their own folklore as well, and that's where most of my ancestors are from, is Spain, and from the sister of the Aztecs that settled in Southern California. But my thing is that what is the difference between taking this tour bus to this haunted island that it is all these Americans and foreigners who go to the haunted houses that are all over California, or I mean the United States? How is that any different? You're like discrediting it. Well, it's not that scary if people go, but there's haunted houses everywhere.
I think people will find any reason to monetize something.
Well, yeah, but this wasn't monetized till, I guess you want to call it that, for a while back.
Right. So, yeah, maybe it was just ancient lure that turned into something that they could market.
But what the point is for, this is why this all comes together for me, is the drowned children, the black-eyed girls luring people into the water. Doesn't that seem like, even though they came at different times, doesn't that seem like it's all connected? That's the only one that I could find that was connected to something else, to something else, to something else.
Yes, I think that this is the most likely to be real.
Right.
But at the same time, I think there's some truth in all of it. I'm leaning towards all of it is real. Every single one of them.
No.
I think the least likely one is the Robert one.
The oldest one?
Right. Well, it's not the oldest because this goes back to the ancient Aztecs, right? Right. But I would say that one because I would write a letter just to get my letter posted up there.
Of course you would.
Yeah. Why would? What? Who would? So many.
Because I'm not weird. It's not.
But I do think that entities can attach to objects, but I think they would much rather attach to a human. And I think in the Robert case, the human was the little boy, and that's why he switched names, because the little boy went into the doll and the demonic entity took over the little boy.
But Gene, what he called himself, had a fairly normal life. Went to college, married, had kids.
And there's lots of people that are demon possessed that live normal lives.
This is all based on the fact that
and then
demons
next
are
thing
real.
you know, one day they snap.
I think you and me have different words for demon.
Possibly.
Yeah.
When I think of demon, I think of fallen angel, nefarious
and I can't
entity.
Wrap my head around a religious answer.
Like when I say ghost, I'm thinking of a disembodied soul, right? Roaming the earth.
That I believe. Limbo, that's where people get stuck at. I mean, I don't believe in whatever, but I do believe that we either reincarnate or we get to have we get just the same life over and over in a multi-universe. Like, we don't know anything.
When I say demon, I'm referring to some nefarious, evil entity that has, ill intentions.
Okay.
That's what I refer to as demon. I think that ghosts can be good or bad. I think more or less the ghosts that are bad are more likely demons, and the ghosts are more likely just disembodied people. And I think people inherently are good. I think people do evil things, and I think there are very, very evil people out there.
Correct.
And those are probably some evil spirits, but I think generally if you're going to encounter a spirit, it's more likely for it to not be evil, because people, I think the majority of people inherently want to be good. At least I feel that way, because I want to be good. I want to be a good person. I want to help people. I want to do good things. I think, people as a group, as a whole, as a society are very ugly and gross and very malicious and selfish and,
Yes and no.
But I think the individual deep down inside has a yearning want to be good, right?
Okay, but that's not what we're talking about. You're talking about, I don't believe in this whole demonic thing, I do believe in lost spirits. I guess what you would call them ghosts, spirits that are stuck in limbo and they have nowhere to go. The reason I don't believe in the whole demonic thing is, one, science can prove that it could be mental illness, schizophrenia. But one of my problems is most criminals, do you know what they hide behind? The devil made me do it. And if that
isn't there a
wasn't
show
used-
called The Devil Made Me Do It?
Yes, which I've watched in its entirety. But here's my thing. That is my issue with this whole demonic thing. It needs to be labeled as something else. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I get it. It's a
That's why
cop-out.
it's a religious. That's why I have my whole thing with people who are like, oh, you have to one, I don't forgive and I don't forget, but one, oh, you have to forgive them, the devil made me do it. First of all, that is not an excuse. Do you know right from wrong? Great. Now, people who don't know right from wrong, who suffer from psychopathy, that's different. They don't know right from wrong. They think what they're doing is okay. I know you don't like my logical answer right now, and I'm not discrediting that they maybe I'm completely wrong and demons are real and I have no idea what I'm talking about, but from a psychology perspective, it sounds more like a scapegoat. Do I believe in spirits that live on this planet? Did you just say goat?
I heard goat.
Scapegoat.
I'm the scapegoat.
Just a goat. But I do believe in spirits being lost, because whatever happened that led them to that
limbo.
Yeah, limbo. I've always believed in limbo, and until they find peace, they can't leave to wherever you believe you go after this life. I believe in that. But demons is very specific. All these personalities stuck inside of you. And I know the movie Split, great movie. Like, if you had to think of something demonic, but that wasn't who he was, what did they classify it? Schizophrenia.
Right, it was classified as schizophrenia, but I think the difference is someone that's schizophrenic, split personality disorder, they have those different personalities, they have different things. I think what makes it demonic is those same characteristics, but with abilities attached to it.
And that could be very true, but they could have always had those abilities.
No, like there was one I was seeing, and the girl took an apple and
I know what you're talking about. We're going to cover that story.
Yeah, and so like it's like that's a supernatural ability.
Or okay, so here's my thing.
You can't just do that. You just, I'm sorry,
not
but
with these arms, but I mean, if I pump some, metal,
I would challenge like a really ripped. We'll get John Cena, because you can't see him.
We can't see him. We're just going to see an apple explode.
Just see an apple, right? Okay. And I think that even someone like John Cena would struggle with doing something like that, because it's just not human nature. And an average person being able to do something like that, that's a supernatural ability, right? Like almost like a superhero type ability that they don't normally have that ability. And then in that moment of possession, they are granted, call them gifts or abilities to do things that defy the laws of physics, defy, everything that we know that science tells us to be true.
Okay. So
that's the difference.
No. So do the demons, do they know that the demons live in them?
I think some people don't. I think some people are full of demons and don't even know it.
I mean, that is, if that's what you call it, that's very probable. But my thing is like, okay, people aren't going to like this one, but Hitler could have been like at the end, demons maybe do it. I'm not actually crazy.
I'm not saying that blaming it on a demon, it's not a reason for
but that's why it gets
to absolve you.
But that's why it gets discredited, and that's
agree.
what my issue is with it. Now, if you were telling me this back, and this is even back in the 60s with killers and people creating atrocities, and that was their thing. I was, demon had me, or the devil made me do it, and that again maybe. That's what bothers me so much. And then it makes it so like it's not real.
It's a cop-out, but I don't think that just because something possessed you to do it doesn't mean that you get a free pass.
Exactly.
I think you still have the consequences. I believe that if you are possessed by a demon, you have to give it the ability to do so, and basically have to grant it permission. Therefore, you
I don't
are
think you just said
responsible.
it doesn't need permission, though. It just jumped into little Robert.
No, I think that children are easily manipulated, so it's easier for entities to go after children because they can manipulate those children into doing different things. That's why, children are not allowed to have consent, because their brains are not mature enough to understand the ramifications of the decisions that they're making.
That's one thing about when you read up on demons and stuff, they always look like children because you feel bad for children.
Right.
Like, if that's real, and I could be wrong, if that's real, that is genius, because I would help a little girl. I would help a little boy if they needed my help. And you wouldn't think twice. They'd be like, oh my God, be there and crying, and you'd go hug them, and then they're like, thanks, bitch.
Yeah, I think that, and these entities are nefarious, and they will do whatever it takes to manipulate people, or to get their end result, right?
Why did it in my head went to a Dave Chappelle, gotcha, bitch. Like,
gotcha, bitch.
Gotcha, bitch. Like, that is what it feels like if there's a little, because I'm a sucker. If it's a child, like, I'm gonna want to help, and I'm like thinking now, I'm like, if that's true, oh man, so quickly I would have a demon so fast, because it'd be like, oh, help me, and I'm like, oh my gosh, come in.
I think that's why they choose to use the form of children. I think that's why they go after children. One, because children are easily manipulated, and to be in the form of a child is because it's easy to manipulate someone else to help a child. Just like the guy at the Valley of the Dolls, right? He wanted to help the child, and therefore it drew him to the water, and it evidently entered into him and attached itself to him. I do think that the entities can not enter in you and possess you, but can latch onto you and follow you,
like drain you. Right.
So like, you don't necessarily have to be possessed by the entity. You can just be what is the word, like it can follow you, and it can wreak havoc on you.
These dolls, and they're like, oh, they're demonic. My thing is, things that are really demonic just drain you of everything. The worst that most of these dolls,
vampires,
right? Like, they're just but these dolls were just jerks. They're freaking assholes, throwing shit, jumping everywhere, scratching people. Like, they were just jerks. Like, even if that's the case, and they were somehow, these dolls were just jerks.
I think they feed off of fear, because fear is a form of energy. Even with like the adrenochrome, they have to,
no,
the adrenochrome is stronger and more pure the more stress and torment that.
We're not talking about Monsters Inc. right now.
I'm just saying is that they do this because it's energy. They're energy vampires. They feed off energy. That's why if
they feed off fear.
Right, but if you believe in the entity, then it gives it more power. And if you are more fearful of it, then it will more likely communicate with you. Whereas like somebody's like, whatever, it's all bullshit. They're never going to have those experiences because it doesn't have the energy to feed off of. It's too draining on the spirit to interact with you. Whereas if it can make the hair stand up on the back of your neck, then it's more likely that it can feed off of those emotions and that energy.
Okay, so look, I believe in spirits and ghosts. I do not believe in demons. I just don't.
I believe in
can't.
demons.
I can't
because
wrap my head
I've
around
encountered them personally is why I believe it.
And I guess because I don't, I never will. But I believe
that's
in spirits.
Exactly what I'm saying.
I believe in like spirits and ghosts.
And
that
that's
makes sense to
probably
me.
why the ghost actually talked to you on the spirit box. And I believe in spirits and ghosts too. That's why when I talked to it, I got the same result when I started asking the right questions, same as you. We believe. I think someone that doesn't believe it has a
Doesn't
harder time.
Doesn't that seem convenient though? Wouldn't you want to go after the people that don't believe?
Well, look at Elon. Elon does not believe whatsoever.
No.
But he's a believer now.
A little bit.
He's a little bit
still
now.
hesitation of what he
Right, because he's very logical.
and he's like, well, maybe I didn't hear what I thought I heard.
Right. But he doesn't have as many encounters as we do.
Because he doesn't believe in it.
Because he doesn't believe in it. It's too much energy wasted on someone that doesn't believe. But if it can make someone who already does,
good. Like you're in danger. I'm
not
good.
in danger.
You believe in it, so I'm good then, right?
I'm filled with the Holy Ghost, so I cannot be possessed. Okay. Me personally,
I feel like
you're in danger because you don't believe.
The majority of people that do get these demons are religious. Look at it. Look into the history of all of it. They're religious people because you guys buy into it.
And I don't believe that you have to be a religious person in order to be saved. So if you are someone, you call it whatever you want, but if you believe that you are protected, then therefore you are. That's the difference. Someone who doesn't believe is not protected, therefore could be manipulated.
That's different conversation for another day because I know what I wanted to say, but I feel like you guys are the most vulnerable then.
I think
because you believe in it and you're religious, and if God can't save you, no one can.
I think me personally, I feel like I'm I'm not vulnerable whatsoever because I have that protection, but it also does say in the Bible that you should not, engage in those types of behaviors, right?
And what are you trying to do?
I don't want to engage. I didn't even want to do that thing. Honestly, I was just like trying to see, okay, was this actually interference? And I probably should have never done it. But, the curiosity killed the cat. Okay.
True.
So curiosity got the best of me. I'm a human being. I make mistakes. I'm not perfect. But, I
because you don't know what you were talking to.
I do not know what I was talking to. But I do know this, that I am safe and I am protected.
None of us are.
I believe I am. I believe, therefore I am.
I believe I'm a cat. Do you see how that works?
You need a cat box?
Cat box. My thing is this whole, I guess because we're on different ends of the spectrum. I'm going to be okay because I'm choosing to be okay. You need something to protect you because you don't think you're strong enough to do it yourself?
No,
From like demons or whatever?
I do myself, but I have...
You need to believe in something?
I have a hedge of protection, like a shield. Like
what if it's not
It's called
real?
putting on the armor.
My thing is, I've listened to your sermon this
and if
whole
it's
time.
not real...
What if you're wrong? And this is all a simulation or whatever it is, and we reincarnate. What if you're wrong?
Then I slept at night and I'm okay with being wrong.
Yeah, but then what if
But for me, I don't feel like I'm wrong because of the things that I have seen.
But why can't people who have a whole bunch of demons just be schizophrenic?
I think they very well could be, and that would be a scientific explanation. The difference is the supernatural abilities. Having a mental disorder doesn't give you the ability to do things that you just can't do or possibly know.
Well, maybe they didn't know they couldn't do it, and then they did it.
If you've never been exposed to certain languages and then all of a sudden you start speaking them fluently.
The first time you're exposed to food, you eat it as soon as you smell it. You don't have questions. You're just like, oh my gosh, this is it.
Speaking in a different language, for instance, if someone who's never even heard the Latin language just
part of their brain, and we just don't know.
How did it get there?
We have a whole bunch of brain. We don't know. We don't know what's in there.
I believe your brain has to be exposed to something in order for it to retain it there. Now, I get what you're saying, that maybe it's from a past life or something like that. Maybe. But
that
for
makes
me,
more sense to me.
I don't think so. I don't know. But I would say that, supernatural ability from, split personality disorder seems more likely to be demonic possession. I do believe that split personality disorder does exist, and that is a real scientific explanation. But I think when you add that other factor into it, that's when it becomes something different. And we have to be able to realize that there are just some things that we can't explain or
Agreed.
understand.
Yeah.
And that we have to be open to the possibility that maybe there's something just completely that defies the law of physics, defies the laws of science, defies everything that we know, because it's something that we can't comprehend.
And I believe there's things out there we can't comprehend, but I guess you're going to call it demons and I'm just going to call it schizophrenia. And it's all the same thing. It'll all be the same thing in the end.
I think a lot of the arguments with all these different things is it comes down to the names.
I agree.
I think
that's what I'm saying. Like, you call it this, I call it that, but it's the same thing.
Right. We're arguing over semantics of the identity of the word that we've created for something. And
that's what people don't understand.
It's all the same thing.
We're all talking about the same thing. We're just giving it different names. Even in the world now, like, we are all talking about the same thing. We're just using different words to say
right.
it.
And the problem is we're not moving forward with understanding what is actually happening because we're too busy arguing over the semantics of the words.
Now, with that being said, I would still want to help, even if they were schizophrenic or demonic possessed. I would still want to help. Does that make sense? Like, I don't have to believe in it to want to help somebody be okay. And that's where we all fall on. Like, okay, how do we help this person with whatever is wrong with them?
And I think, help can come in different forms. I think some people find help from medication. Some people get help from prayer and
from religion.
Exactly. And prayer doesn't necessarily have to be religion. Like I said, I don't believe in religion.
Okay, well, I mean in God in
But
general.
that's us arguing over the semantic of the word.
The semantic of what you call
exactly.
it.
That's
right.
a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
So, I think we get to the root of all this, the sooner we as a society accept that there are things we can't explain and stop arguing over the semantics of the words and start having a more open mind about the different things that we are encountering, because there are just some things that science can't explain.
I mean, yeah. And the reason I do agree with that is because I believe ghosts are real.
And if you're watching, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends.
I forgot we were live because that was in my head.
The subscription button if you're watching on YouTube and you're not subscribed already. We are trying to get to 500 subscribers, so help us out with that. And we appreciate all of you that are watching and hitting the like button consistently. We are live on YouTube, Twitch, X, and Abstract at Ozthecryptogoat. So come check us out. If you're watching on TikTok, you're not watching on TikTok because we're not live on TikTok anymore.
I'm done with freaking TikTok.
We can't say what we want to say. And that's the beauty of the show, is we get to openly talk with free speech and expression.
While we still can.
And that's why I pushed so hard to start this show now, because my intention was to do this much later on. And
we appreciate you guys so much. So much.
Thank you, everyone. You guys are incredible.
One thing I do want to touch on, though, because this is my same thing with the moon landing, is these dolls, little Robert and Annabelle.
Mm-hmm.
What if those stories are true and we're assholes? Like, we're discrediting their whole experience. Like, they're terrified and scared for their life, and we're just like, it didn't happen.
I think that's why it's important to have an open mind.
That's my only thing. Like, that's always sits in the back of my head. Like, I know I'm wrong sometimes. I mean, it's not really that much, but like, I know I can be wrong sometimes. I am me. How often am I wrong?
All the time.
Never.
That's why you're the fact checker, because you're always freaking right. I hate it.
It's annoying, right? But more times than not, I try to be as, as educated as possible about everything. But in the back of my head, it's that you could be wrong. And that's what hits me with these dolls, was like, gosh, what if I'm wrong? And these dolls did all these horrific things. And I'm just telling these people, your experience is wrong. What you felt is wrong. Everything you went through is wrong. That's not fun either. I don't want to do that to anybody.
Think of people that are demon possessed, right? Telling them that they're discounted, you know, we
I don't
need
want to do
be-
that either. I don't want to discount somebody's what did I say? Perception is, 90% reality. What you perceive is your reality. And to them, that was their reality, whether they made it up. Now, see, that's where that's where we try to decide. But perception is reality. And that reality for them that's what was real.
For me, I've experienced demonic entities. I've experienced schizophrenic personality
my mother
disorder.
Seems pretty demonic.
People,
Maybe it's true.
I've experienced both.
Probably.
And there's a fine line where you can use discernment to identify the difference between each, because I believe both do exist.
I do. But again, the back of my head, it's could be wrong, but the reality is I'm too logical to think anything else. But again, I don't want to discredit someone's perception. That just seems mean. I believe that you think you saw those things, and I wouldn't discredit that because that was your experience. It wasn't my experience. So only you would know that experience. Does that make sense?
Right. And if you're watching, I would implore you to have an open mind about things. Do not, put people down or discredit their experiences, because we as humans may never understand any of these topics, and you should never, mock someone or put them down or anything like what you're talking about, because the fact of the matter is that no one does. That is,
we don't know nothing.
Yeah, we have no idea.
We have no idea.
Right. So no one is right, no one is wrong. So for you to go into the world and act as though you know what you're talking about and you know everything, that is when you realize that you know nothing, is when
you stop learning.
Right. So if you cannot be taught something and you cannot be receptive to something new, that is a form of holding yourself back from learning and educating yourself. So I would implore you to have an open mind, question everything, listen to everything, but believe nothing.
And I know we bicker, but it's more so we have very, very different of opinions and thoughts and how we do things. But at the same time, there's a mutual respect, because his comes from a real place, mine comes from a real place. You don't get to discredit the other ones. I don't believe, and he may not believe what I have to say, but the point of this show is to listen to all perspectives, listen to all the theories, come up with your own way of thinking. Maybe you learned something you didn't. Maybe you think we're crazy. It doesn't matter. Like he said, listen to everybody's point of view. And I think especially right now with the world being the way it is, just listen. You don't have to always react. You don't always have to comment. You can just listen and go from there. Just my thoughts and opinions.
And that's why I brought you to be on this show, is because we are complete polar opposites. We basically agree on nothing.
True.
Right. And at the same time, we have the ability to sit in a room together and discuss them without yelling and calling each other names and stuff, and understanding each other's perspectives. And I think that that is something that we need to normalize as a community, as the world, and as society and humanity together. It's okay to agree to disagree. You don't have to hate someone just because they don't think the same way you do. And unfortunately, we've lost that somewhere along the way.
We should stop being human beings. Just love. We're all human. That was always my thing when I was a kid and everyone hated everybody. I'm like, we're just human beings. All of us are human. Just be kind to other humans. That's all you have to do. That's
my
simple.
goal with this show is to lead by example. Show people in the world that we do not have to hate each other because we disagree. We can get along, we can sit in the same room, break bread, and conversate with each other without tearing each other apart. And let me tell you something right now. If you are in an argument with somebody and you stoop as low as to start name calling and using derogatory marks, you've already lost.
You lost.
Yeah.
I can't stand that. You know how I am. I'll make a factual statement and it'll bother somebody and they're like, oh, you're a stupid bitch. And I was like, I won.
Yeah,
Okay, thanks.
exactly.
Say it again. Say it a little louder. Please say it.
Argue with people with intelligence and facts and even opinions, right? That's how you win an argument. When you stoop down to hateful rhetoric and violence, then you've basically lost. You've already lost because you could not come together and put down a complete thought. And the moment you realized that you lost, you decided to lash out. And that's how you know.
Like a tantrum, like a child.
Like
That's
a
what it bothers me. Even my kids have better composure than most adults these days. And it's like, just, they're all listening to each other. They're all joking. Nobody you know what I mean? Like there's camaraderie, and we no longer have that.
Yeah, your kids are unhinged, by the way.
I know, but they're fun.
Yeah.
They're completely unhinged. They say the most crazy things, but they all get along. I
Mine
never
are like
have to
cookie
worry.
cutter children.
Yeah, mine are. They're like me. We're like, nothing matters. Everything matters. It doesn't matter. Live your life today. There could be no tomorrow, and we have a lot of fun with that. But there's a camaraderie and a closeness because of the way we are. And I'm sure you have a different kind, but it's the same. And my kids, they will make fun of everybody and anybody. You are not off the table. They don't care what anything you are.
Yeah, with this show, everyone's getting roasted.
Yeah, everyone's
Everyone's
roasted.
on the table.
What is it? I used to tell my
It's
mom.
all or nothing.
My mom would say, "Oh, that's racist." And I'm like, it can't be racist if I hate everyone equally. Period. And I'm sure you're on the other side. Well, I love everyone equally.
Exactly.
I hate everyone equally. Therefore, I don't care. I can't be prejudiced. I will roast anybody. And that's just because, I don't know, I have thick skin. Come for me. I don't care.
The most hateful, evil people in my life, I still have love and compassion for them because I feel like something must have happened to them to bring them to that place of such hate and anger. And I feel that maybe with compassion and love, there is a way that something good can come from it.
Horribly disagree.
I think you get out of this world what you put into it. So if you put in good things will come out of it.
I believe that, which is why I try to be the best kind of parent I can be. But there's a parent in my life who made the choices they made, and they deserve what they get. There's no forgiveness. There's no, oh, I feel sorry for them because of their upbringing. I had a horrible upbringing, which made me change it, change the direction, then being brought up the way I was. I don't have that love. I don't know, I'm different. Once you cross me, that's it. You're done. You get exiled. There is no second chances.
I will forgive you, but that doesn't mean that I need you in my life. If you are going to destroy my peace and what I am doing to live and put me in an environment where you're taking away my happiness and my joy, then there's no room for you in my life.
That's understandable.
But that doesn't mean that I don't forgive you for the things you are. I still have compassion.
You're a good person.
What is it that made you that way?
You're a good person. Because even if things made them that way, they chose to stay that way.
Absolutely.
That's unforgivable.
And it's not that it's unforgivable for me, but it's like if you choose to stay that way, then I choose to remove you from my life. Doesn't mean that I hate you or that I, don't love you or whatever it may be. I just choose to not have that in my life because my peace is more valuable.
And I get that. Like I said, you're a good person. I clearly took a different direction because I cannot forgive. I don't forgive and I don't forget, but I also don't dwell on it. That's what people are like, oh, it's going to eat you up. It doesn't. I live my life perfectly fine. And I dismiss and disregard. That's just who I am. That's just this particular person did that to themselves. And I had to break generational curses that she had every opportunity to do, but she didn't.
Yeah. And that's what we're doing here. We're breaking generational curses by coming together and listening and understanding and having an open mind.
Because, like I said, so different, but yet I respect you and what you are trying to do here.
I want to save the world.
We can't save the world.
We might be able to save one person.
And that's probably all that's going to happen.
If we save one person, it was all worth it.
I guess. But right now, we're going to need a lot more than one.
I agree with that 100%. We're building an army, chat.
I know. I hope everyone's getting ready for whatever might happen, just because I am terrified. Not because, not for myself, but for other people.
I'm not terrified. I'm prepared. I've been preparing myself for what is to come for a very long time.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not scared for myself. I am ruthless. But I'll do anything for my family. But what I'm worried about is other people that think that, oh, this is going to get better, or, oh, it's not. The theater is on fire. I saw that.
Oh, yeah.
The theater is on fire, but it's not on fire.
The screen says it's not.
Yeah, the screen says it's not. And people are missing it. People really think, oh, we just got to get past this and it's going to get better. I'm like, it's not getting better. Be prepared. Stock up.
What if it's a special effect in the theater of fire, and then that's why they put it on the screen? The theater's not on fire because you're watching backdraft, and it's a 4D immersive experience. And
that's a good lie, if that's what you mean.
I'm just saying.
But it's true. And people don't want to see, like, both sides, man. They're both freaking nuts. They're freaking crazy. Yeah. And I'm like, and the more people
reel it in, baby.
Yeah,
reel it in.
Come back to earth. This ain't happening. Like, it's. You think my kids are unhinged? The world is unhinged.
Oh, absolutely.
My kids a little bit more though.
I think your kids are unhinged in a good way.
Yeah.
They question everything.
Oh yeah, they don't believe nothing anybody tells them.
They believe everything you tell them. You tell them that XRP is made of cheese, they're gonna believe you.
Every show, you go and bring in just a little sprinkle of your damn crypto.
Hey, I am the crypto goat.
Just because your mustache, Frito Bandito, does not make you a goat. Although it kind of does look like horns. Demonic. Are you demonic? Oh, that's why you're. Oh.
The goat has nothing to do with demonic. And that's a misconception.
I just realized that.
So many people demonized me because they thought that the goat was an emulation of a demonic presence or whatever.
I just realized that that was the figure, because I went to Catholic church. That was the figure.
Yeah. So let the record show the goat represents sacrifice.
Now we know why he's so pro demonic and pro helping, because the goat thing.
I will tell you this. I do not need to be here. I do not need to sit in front of this camera.
You're having fun.
And spend obviously I am having fun, but I sacrifice a lot of my time, energy, and resources for the betterment of mankind, because I want to not only tell my story, I want to help people along the way. And so the reason I chose the goat,
lady.
I know, but the reason I chose the goat is because the goat represents sacrifice.
They did sacrifice a lot of them in your Bible.
Yes. And so that's why I chose the goat. Obviously, there's a more of a story to it.
The lamb.
Yes, the lamb. We went with the goat, though, because the goat, lamb, same thing. But the goat is willing to defend itself.
True. We used to have baby goats.
That's why I went with the goat. And also because there's an inside joke. If you were here when we first started the show, you know why we chose the goat, too, as well.
Oh, my gosh. I don't know. Oh, that was so annoying to listen to.
It was so long ago, too.
Oh, my gosh. Who sent the 100?
I think it was TikTok Seller.
I think it was TikTok Seller.
Yeah.
You do know. I think it was you who sent 100.
And it was like Seamont did as well.
Yeah.
And a couple others. At some point.
The ones from the beginning, man.
Yeah, those were the real OGs.
They're the only ones who know the whole Switch thing, like Commodore 64 or whatever. Yeah,
the Nintendo Switch live
I still
stream.
want a Commodore. Yeah, like, I feel like I got old. I mean, you got old. I'm still young, but
I'm a delight.
One has nothing to. Yeah, see,
I'm gorgeous.
There we go.
They all listen. Everybody says so. They all say the goat is the beautifulest man I've ever seen. He's the biggest, most goatiest of all the goats.
Help me.
They say LeBron's got nothing on the goat.
I don't want to be. I'm scared.
Listen, losers. Okay.
It was 8 months ago, but I miss it. I know. Right?
What's crazy? That's so long ago.
That was before.
We could have made a baby in that time frame.
What I don't understand.
Could be having birth right now.
I know, like, we're totally off topic now, but that's fine because it doesn't matter. It's late. But you know what I don't understand? Back then, you said way more crazy things and weren't always getting banned every 5 seconds. Like, it kind of started
changed
that way, and then all of a sudden, like, we were fine. And you know what I noticed? Like, when you got an agent, it got worse.
It did.
It got significantly worse. Like, they were targeting people with agents because they didn't want them. I don't know. Doesn't it seem like that?
I think more or less what happened well, I don't want to say it on camera.
No, I know.
But
well, I'll say it. The other
they're just
people
bad
are fucking
characters.
assholes.
Yeah, there's just some bad characters.
Those creators
out there.
are assholes talking shit in the same network as you, and it was being allowed. I'll say it. That's fine.
And stealing my ideas.
And then there would
content.
we would say it one day, and the next day they're saying it, and then they're like, "Oh, they're copying us, bitch! Go back, go watch the video. It's on YouTube. We know where you got it from."
Is you can gaslight the people, and the people will always listen to their creator and listen to whatever they say.
But I was doing what they were doing, watching in the background, and not actually clicking on the video and listening to them talk shit. Fuck that. That's why we're not on TikTok. They can suck it.
You know,
I said it.
You know, TikTok is the only platform where you can actually be attacked by someone that is trolling your show.
Oh, and that psycho crazy bitch.
And she showed up here on YouTube, but there's nothing she can do.
I know, great,
that
right?
we're here. No one can do anything to retaliate against us. The only people that can actually retaliate against us is YouTube itself, and YouTube is minding their P's and Q's because they got sued like crazy during COVID for the censorship.
I thought.
The love letter.
He's talking about from Crazy Bitch Lady.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do copy, and that's he can be nice as he want, and he's a better person than I am. I'm not a good person, but I sat back and I listened to the things they said. I was even in their chats while they were talking shit. And it's the big ones that you can think of. The girl and the boy that worked together, the other one with the weird, hair on his face as his emblem. They're all douchebags, period. And the fact that they're going out of their way to get rid of people that might be competition for them and push them out of the space because they are wrong and this one's right is fucked up.
You know what's great is since I've left TikTok, they have nothing to talk about except for argue and bash each other now.
It's like freaking the novelas. That's all it is, novelas.
Yeah, it's what is it? Crypto days of our lives. That's all it is.
The crazy angel lady gave you another love message.
The crazy angel lady
TikTok seller
literally is messaging people going around saying that I'm a bad person and not to listen to me, but then in the same breath, like I'm speaking major truth, and everyone in the chat is like, yes, everything you're saying is right. And then she's saying, don't listen to him, and it just makes her look even more crazy. And then at the same time, she's like, I bought XRP because angels told me to.
My problem is that they buy into her and they spread that because she gifts them like crazy for listening to her stupidity.
Yeah, they're bought and paid for.
Dude, that's another thing. I want people to go look at people's chats when there's like 200 people in it and there's only like 4 people commenting. Why is that? Just take a good look.
Yeah.
Why would that
massive crazy numbers, yet no one engaging?
Yeah, crypto days of our lives. That's pretty much what it is. And my thing is like 200 people, only 4 people commenting.
And it's the moderators.
Bought and paid for, but what do I know?
That's why I call TikTok LARPing.
Yeah.
When I realized that the TikTok people run the same way as the news, I had to stop following them.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy is now that I'm not doing crypto content, they have nothing to talk about. I'm not even making it on YouTube.
Like
the only
Alexa
place
said, it's Days of Our Lives. It's just the freaking novellas talking. They're all talking.
And
Nothing's
the only place you can get TA from me or any crypto knowledge is through my Discord. And so if you are watching and you're not a part of the Discord, join the Discord and I would be more than happy to help you. I have not left crypto. I am still doing crypto. We're still doing the TA class. We're still, trading and doing all that. I've taken a bit of a step back from crypto, but if you need help, I'm here to help you.
You have a class tomorrow, right?
Yes, I do have class tomorrow.
Good. Okay.
2 p.m. tomorrow, Pacific Standard Time. We have a special guest. The CEO of Wi-Fi is coming into the class to help teach some of his strategies.
Also, for people in the Discord, if you are not in the class, you will be taken out of certain chats. It's for the class only, because I'm going to say it. So.
Yes. So if you are not in the class, you will be removed from the moonshot.
Which is the funniest, the funniest one.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can't read that.
I'm just holding some right now because I'm afraid news will rug everything. So, and it's going to.
Oh yeah. Please be careful with the news right now. It is so misleading. Oh my gosh. Like
moon cycle. We had the full moon. Now it's time to come back down to earth.
The world is on fire. Theater's on fire. The world is on fire right now.
The theater's not on fire. But the screen said so.
No. But everything's on fire right now. The markets are bad. The food prices are out of control. Gas prices are out of control. All of that is out of control.
Yeah, people think that things are going.
Who has money
crazy.
To invest right now?
Yeah,
I'm on YouTube.
The liquidity is more spread out than it's ever been, and people don't have money to invest.
And what are they going to do? If you can't afford food, you're going to start pulling out investments.
Exactly.
Because you need food. So people are like, oh my God, the market is dropping. Yeah, of course it is. Dude, I can't.
Did you see the shit show at the airports today? I did not.
Oh, are you talking about in California? Because they took out the people that are needed for the landing, and they had to delay flights and there we go, 30 of them, because they cut. Remember, he did a huge cut, and I guess something happened. There was chaos.
Well, they shut down the government, so there's
the 30 traffic control. So what happened?
There's no TSA, but there's ATC.
Yeah, traffic control went bye-bye, and they had to either cancel or delay flights. And now, what is it? They don't want you to leave. They want you to stay, pay the prices. They don't want you to leave.
Prison nation, martial law.
We're already there. They've occupied Chicago. And the thing is, all the Supreme Court says can't do it. They're doing it anyway.
I feel like we should do a prison nation show for the rabbit hole.
You said you wanted to do spooky.
I do want to stick with the spooky, weird stuff, but if
there's real life things going on right now.
If it keeps going, we'll probably take a tangent day.
California and Illinois.
Yeah.
Literally occupying them, which isn't, what is it? It's not the Third Amendment, or what is it? The Third Amendment?
Fifth Amendment.
Fifth Amendment.
Yeah.
We don't have to.
It's occupying soldiers in your home, though.
That's pretty much what it is. They went into an apartment building. I know we're off topic, and it doesn't matter because they went into an apartment building and ripped out people, and these children were like naked. You can watch the video online.
I believe
There's a couple of them.
I believe it.
That's occupying an apartment.
Why don't we do another live in a couple days, and we can cover that one. Then we'll go back to spooky stuff.
Oh, you want me to go on Hinge, don't you?
I do.
Yeah.
What do you guys think, chat? Should we do more of these lives more often? Because I was thinking like a couple times a week. But
I saw that, and it was U-Haul cars too. They threw them into U-Haul trucks. That one that I'm talking about, they ran into the apartment and ripped all those people.
Let's save it for the show. Let's do a whole show on it. And
they're slowly moving into red states, and they're telling them it's for your protection.
We can do a political rabbit hole show. What do you think?
That's fine.
What do you think, chat? Should we do a political rabbit hole show? Little tent in like a couple days. And
I have to research.
I'll post it to the Discord when we're gonna do it.
I research everything. I type it all out because I can't.
The news show needs to come back.
We can do news once a week.
I can do the news show, I guess.
But it'll be on here. It will not be on TikTok. If you want me involved, I will not go on TikTok.
Here's the issue is the rabbit hole show gets a lot of engagement. And
well, she's
every time
Shelly's right, we can just do a little segment here and there.
Well, here's the issue is the rabbit hole show gets a lot of engagement and has really boosted our algorithm in YouTube. So whenever I post crypto stuff, we get low bad engagement, which hurts our algorithm.
So let's not do it for YouTube.
So I'll probably do a TikTok
platform.
only, or maybe just abstract.
Why don't we do?
Okay, I will bring the news back to abstract. Abstract exclusive.
Okay, but I will not go. One, I will not go on TikTok. But two, why can't we just do the other platforms then? Why not? Why can't we just do YouTube?
The problem is it hurts our algorithm. So every time I post something on YouTube that...
You don't think something political isn't going to push the algorithm?
No, I think political would, but we're talking about bringing the news show back, doing the news 5 days a week like
I'm
I
not
used
doing
to.
5 days a week. We can do
I would do it, but I'll do a shorter show. I won't do 4 hours, and I'll do it 5 days a week.
I won't do it if it's on TikTok.
No, it would be just me.
Okay, that's fine.
And
that'll be your thing.
I can't afford to bring you in at 5 days a week.
I'm doing a lot of work already.
Yeah, so... We'll do the rabbit hole show.
But the thing is you don't need to do 5 days a week of a segment. Jesse,
I think we do because that's regular news.
15-minute segment. That's what it said. Jesse, less work, a 15-minute segment.
We'll talk about it. We'll discuss it, and we'll see how we can move forward. But I do want to continue, doing.
I like the show a lot.
And being like a news anchor, right? That's basically what I was. But we'll scale the hours back on that, and we'll put the long hours for the rabbit hole show.
If it's TikTok, I'm not.
I'm not really going to be doing TikTok. TikTok is our promo show. We're going to be doing live battles and just building a platform there just to get new viewers to come to YouTube. That's the only reason I'm still doing it.
On YouTube, I can say whatever I want.
Yeah.
About whoever I want.
On abstract, we can really do whatever we want as long as it's not diddling children like Trump.
Oh, okay. Diddy? Diddle. Diddly.
That's what you
said earlier, didn't you?
Diddy diddle.
Oh my gosh. That's another one. I'm gonna see if I can pardon Maxine Glenn. I can't believe that.
He acted like he totally gaslit everyone, like he had no idea who she was.
You don't remember the person that sold you children?
Yeah, that's crazy.
50 months.
All right, if you're watching, don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe to this channel,
recommend
share
it
the
to
show
your
with your friends
so that we can all have fun together. We do look at the chat, and I know we get off subject a little bit, but it makes it a lot more entertaining seeing your feedback.
And if you like this content,
thank you,
please,
Shelly.
And if you like this content, please, I'm trying to do a little promo
I'm
clip.
sorry, I can talk too.
Let's be professional for just one moment, just for a nice little clip. If you like this show, please hit the subscribe button if you're watching on YouTube, and don't forget to hit that like button and share this show with your friends. When was the last time you called your mother or your mother-in-law and told them, hey, I saw an amazing show, you gotta check it out. We'll see y'all next time. What is going on, everybody? This is Oz the Crypto Goat, and welcome to the Ledger Lounge. How's everybody doing today? Some craziness happening in the markets. We're turning a new candle for the day, and it is already started off green for today's candle. This is amazing. This is what we've all been waiting for. I think this could possibly be the breakout. We may be finally breaking out of the downward trend we've been stuck in. Is this the breakout? It's not 100% sure, but it's a heavy indication that we may be breaking out. Now, we need to watch it closely over the next week or so, and we will find out if that happens. I've been on the downward tick for a long time. You know, I got the spooky ghost here with the boo. I haven't taken away the ghost yet because there is still uncertainty. But once the uncertainty is gone, then I will remove the ghost and maybe we'll put a goat up there or something else. And but as for right now, it's still a maybe. Music's loud. All right, let me get the music here. How's that for the music? A little better? Yeah, the music is loud in my headphones too. Better for the music? Yeah, sorry about that. My apologies. We do have the new studio, so we are kind of changing things around a little bit, and the audio's a little fluctuant right now, but it will get better. It will get better. The show is going to get better, and we are starting a new show on YouTube where I will be doing investigative journalism. We will be going out on the streets and interviewing people, asking them about crypto, what they know about it, projects they're into, if they've even heard about it, turning them on to new projects and getting them involved in the market to spread the word, because things are happening. And not only that, we're going to be talking about the sentiment in what is going on with the economy and the global economic impact of all these technological changes and so much more. And also, it's not 100% sure yet. Not 100% sure if this is happening yet, but I may be speaking at the Twitch convention in San Diego. So, and for those of you who are on TikTok, don't forget we are on Twitch as well. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. If you want me to look at a certain project for you, you can check us out on Twitch, and I will look at those for you for free. All you got to do is come over to Twitch and put it in the chat, or you can become a subscriber on TikTok, and I would be more than happy to help you with that. But fingers crossed, I will be speaking at the Twitch convention. Twitch is growing and evolving, and they are looking for new talent, and that's what we are. And one thing to also understand is that Twitch doesn't have much of a selection for people who are into crypto. Yet everyone is all about it right now. It's the biggest craze. So the community is growing on Twitch, and I'm super excited for that. And I'm really hopeful. If I don't speak, I'm probably still going to be attending as a special guest or something, but I'm hoping to at least speak and tell people what's going on and wake some people up. But this is big news for me, so I'm super excited about that. Also, we want to give a special shout out to Sweetwater. Sweetwater, thank you for all the equipment you've sent here. Much appreciated, and it's helped alleviate a lot of the stress with building the studio. So a little special for Sweetwater. Sweetwater is a company that supplies musical and audio equipment, things like that. And so they have helped us out greatly. So thank you to Sweetwater. And thank you, Sweetwater, for the candy. How's everybody doing today? Guinea Marie says, what is happening? What is happening? Is that about how am I doing, or is that about the markets taking off? You fell asleep mid-show, I know. That's all right. We're gonna get into the markets, but I would say that we are definitely gonna see a pullback. But as for right now, it's not 100%. Music is loud. All right, hold on. Is that better for the music? Is it still loud? Has the music volume dropped at all? I can't tell. Because it's blaring through my headphones. Still loud. Okay, let's do it that way. Is that better for the audio? Mind you, we are changing a few things here. Let's turn it back up here. How about that now? Better? My apologies. And then let's turn the music up for Twitch as well. Now it's louder. Okay. Is it too loud? How's the audio? We are still fixing some things with the audio equipment. It's still loud. What's going on here? Let me turn down. TikTok, I'm still learning how to use their audio settings. It's not as easy to use as TikTok or as Twitch is. Well, the double top I called on Ethereum was a winner. Good for you. I do think Ethereum's got more pump left in it. Luke, lady I follow that channels angels, sent out a mid-month message. Preparedness, one of the things she keeps saying is invest in XRP. I think in investing in XRP, I wouldn't, take a person who channels angels. However, we use a more scientific method here and mathematical method through charting. And I would say, yes, we're bullish. However, we are due for a pullback. And as you know, X marks the spot, right? So I have a feeling we could pump as high as 260, even 270, probably more like 265. And then by, I'd say, May 21st, because we've continued to pump and stay above here, we would have a pullback to about 230, which is right on the X. And that would be your entry point. If you believe that it's going to hold above here, which I do believe, I think this line right here is no longer in play. And I think what we've done now is we've moved out of this descending channel here that we've had for months. It's been like 180 days. Yes, I would say the entry point is about 230. It could be a little higher, 231, 232, maybe even 235-ish. And it could possibly be even as low as 220. So we haven't quite gotten enough data to get a more accurate number on that. But there will be a pullback. There will be a second. Every time we get a big pump like this, we have a pullback and we retest resistance. Now we could get to that retest zone and fall below it. And we could come all the way down to 205, 210, 215, and then trail back up. It could be a bit of a bear trap that happens. but I do think that it's possible that we are now in this ascending trend like this, but with an ascending channel, okay? An ascending channel like this comes a fall. And that fall would bring us down to $1.95, $2. But that's not just yet. I think we have room for another push after that. So we could get in at 230 and pump up probably to 280. And we would probably fall from there. I don't think it's going to go higher than 280 like I told you, but there is a potential that it forms a flag or something right here and breaks out of this trend, and we go up to $3 and flag from there and see all-time highs. That is very possible. Do you think we'll ever see under $2 again? It's definitely possible, and I think once the bull run is over, we will probably see $1, maybe 75 cents. But I think the days of buying it for 20 cents are over for sure. And it could possibly be the days of under $1 are over. XRP long now or hold? I would say we're probably got another big pump up. Or not a big pump, but we got at least a little bit more, or we're done, and we're gonna come back down to retest 230. With everything Trump is doing, no way you're gonna see these numbers anymore. What do you mean, these numbers? I don't know if we're going to hold up above these numbers because we haven't felt the impact of the tariffs yet. Even if the tariffs are over, music is loud. What am I doing? You know what? I'm 86ing the music. Music's done. It hits 270, 280. I'm selling most of my bag. Good for you. I wouldn't say most of it. I'd hold some because there is a potential to hit, $7, $8. I would think 5's probably more the conservative number. Filled what we need to fill up, only up from here. I wouldn't say it's only up from here. We are definitely due for a price correction. And so and it's normal market movement to come back down to the X right here and then push back up. However, this is also this channel right here, this ascending channel, look it up. Okay, look up ascending channel pattern. Usually it'll drop into an ascending channel like it did. It dropped down into it. It'll move up it, and then it'll fall out of it. And that could bring it all the way back down to 170 to 160 just for that pattern, and it could continue to fall from there. Look up Wyckoff chart patterns. I don't do Wyckoff. I mean, I understand it, and I do get all that. I do a different style trading strategy. So the way I trade is it's in the IPS phase. I get what you're saying, and it could be a kangaroo jump from here. I don't know if you guys know about the kangaroo pattern. It could be a kangaroo jump up to, $7, $8. But yes, bad news can affect everything. And it could blow through support at 230. However, I think $2 is a strong support zone. It would be pretty hard to break that. It would take bad news to bring it down to there and then more bad news to break through. I'll keep a small moon bag just in case. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to shy people away from the market. I want to be, when I feel like it's bullish, I'm going to be bullish. And I told you guys last week that we would pump till Monday. And we did. That's when we hit our highest peak, was Monday at 266. I said about 260-ish. So we pumped over what I said we would hit. So I will always admit when I was wrong. But we can't catch every wick all the way to the tip. But if you set an order at 260 and you bought in down here, you did all right. And if you bought in at 163, you are sitting pretty right now. But remember, take profits. Take profits. And the idea is to put your money in, invest it, and as it goes up, take those profits out. And once you have the amount of money you originally started with, you can either reinvest it into the market or keep your money and use the house's money to do it from then on out. And then you haven't lost anything, you know, and you can always reinvest at lower positions with more. Dizzle, thank you for the rose. Skeptic Leo with the 6 roses, and J Infinity with the let him cook. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And so I always keep a moon bag. I got a little bit, you know, that I don't care what happens to it. It's for if it goes crazy. I bought it at, you know, 10 and 20 cents years ago, and I've had it and I've been accumulating into it. And it's what I put when I buy those base prices, wherever the bottom is, and it's just flatlining between cycles, that's where I put that money into that moon bag. And then when it shoots up, I take my profits and I take 50% of that and I remove it from the market. Okay? 50% of that I remove from the market and I wait for lower zones for entry. And when those lower zones come, I buy them up. Don't always catch them because we are a little conservative. We don't always catch the bottom. But we did all right here at 163. I said about 160-ish. It didn't quite hit 160. It hit 161. However, I always say, you know, add 3 cents. Add 3 to 5 cents and you'll make sure you hit every time. All right, let's see here. Let me clean up this chart a little bit and let's talk about where we are in the market and what is going on. This ascending channel, okay, does not mean we are going to moon. It means that we have now broken out of this massive bearish trend and we could move up to new numbers, but it indicates that we will not see all-time highs. It's a heavy indication. Let's see, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 moves in this one. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right? So we probably got a little bit left. And that would be a pullback to 230. Entry, pump up to 280, exit, and then possibly fall from there. And that would bring us down to, I'd say it could be $2 is the minimum. We tariffs to come back to the US to go that low. Well, let me tell you what right now, no tariffs have left. No tariffs have left. Every tariff, there is 0 deals been signed. I believe the only deal that's been signed is with Israel, and I'm not 100% sure on whether that is set in stone. That is the only deal that I know of that is pretty much done. So there is no deal with China. There is no deal with the UK. There's no deal. Deal or no deal. And right now, there is no deal. Okay? Everything is a 90-day pause for China and a 90-day pause for UK. Didn't the US make a deal with the UK? No, there is no deal with the UK. I have to pay my tariff on my product from China. He's right. No deal. Yes, tariffs are still in play. They've just been slightly reduced for 90 days for renegotiation. It's just a pause, and it's not even a pause. 10% tariffs still remain in effect even with the pause. There is no deal with the UK. Nothing has been signed. Abby, I'm telling you right now, look it up, dig into it. Don't just read the headlines. Nothing has been signed. Nothing's been signed with China. Abby, go look it up. It's a 90-day pause. You've been lied to. And that's why we have a show here, because I'm not here to lie to you. I'm here to tell you the truth. And we're going to go over the news, and I'm going to cover some articles and show you firsthand that you have been lied to. So stick around. Don't go anywhere, because I am going to show you firsthand that, bro, you voted for Kamala? No, I did not vote for Kamala. I did not vote for Kamala. You know what? Just to set the record straight, just because I'm tired of it, because it's annoying to me. Everyone thinks that I'm this and that, whatever politically. And I will tell you right now, I did vote for Trump. Okay? But I will call out anyone, any politician, any person, any deal, any fake news, any nonsense. I do not deal with it. And I actually have examples of fake news that you can read how the media manipulates things. Okay? I will show you how the media manipulates things on both sides. Okay? There's a cult following on the right, and there's a cult following on the left. And I'm not here to do that. I am here to break echo chambers, and I'm here to educate you so that way you are not lied to and fooled. I'm here to give you the truth. Unbiased, milk toast, middle line truth. I have no opinion. Okay? I have no opinion. All I have are the facts. That's what I do here. I'm here to give you the facts. And that's why I haven't told anybody who I voted for, because I don't want to take a political side, because that's not what the show is about. It's about fact checking. Stop yapping. What's your price on Solana? All right. That's a bit disrespectful. So even if you do subscribe, I'm not going to do Solana for you. Okay. And actually, you're gone. Disrespect me and you're gone. Okay. I'm not here to deal with that nonsense. Okay. This is my show. I'm going to do things the way I want to do it. So, if you feel like I'm being rude, I'm sorry, but I deal with so many violations because I'm here telling the truth. People are nonsense. I have to remove, as soon as they're a problem, I have to remove them immediately, because I literally deal with 9+ appeals every live on TikTok. It's none of your business anyway. It's his right to keep it private. It doesn't matter. I'll tell you what I did, okay? But I'll also tell you, I'm not here to take a political stance. I'm here to give you facts. Dizzle says Abby was rude. Yeah, I know. And those types of people, unfortunately, because of what we've been going through, I do not have any room for it. So please be respectful. You are welcome to a different opinion. You are welcome to all types of, different backgrounds, and I don't care if you're pink, blue, or up or down or left or right. I do not care. Okay. The idea is to be respectful, but I cannot advocate for any more insolence of this show because it is too much. I saw that sweep at the lows, and once we made that V shape, I put a little more in. You talking about down here? This right here? If you've been watching the show for a while, I've been calling since middle of January. I told everyone we would probably drop to about 160, 163, and that would be the lowest before the turn upward. And those of you who were watching the show were able to set those price points, set in those limit orders, and snipe that thing within cents. The wick, baby, we wicked that thing months and months ago. So this is beautiful. This is a good thing. And when we get a big pump up like this, we're due for a 50% price correction. That's right there, 162. It's just normal. It's math. It's not that hard. What's up, Saketh? I feel like that short is biting you in the ass now. All right, let's see here. Let's cover some news. So today we got some special news to cover. And as you know, we have a research and journalism team here. And let me tell you, I have realized just how valuable it is because I was doing all the news research on my own. And it became too much work. So because of it, I decided to back off a little bit and get some help. And because of that, I have realized this, and not just recently, but over time, we are in a bifurcation of this country and in the media. And there are two separate sides of the media. And so I feel like it's very important for me to have both sides reporting that information to us so that I can go through it with a fine-tooth comb and we can sift out and find out where the lies are, where the misinformation is at, and which side it's coming from. Because it comes from both sides, but in every article, something is different. But let me tell you, I have noticed from the left, they want to lie to you the most because they want to make the orange man look bad. All right? That's their main goal. Orange man bad. Okay? And I'm not here to play those games. I'm here to give you the facts and you decide for yourself. That's really all we're here to do, is see the facts. Buy gold card and hold. You'll remember this for real. Have a great day. All right. I'm good on it. But let me tell you, the news has been a tricky challenge to maneuver through. It's been very difficult, and basically I try to have a non-biased opinion in the middle. However, I have right-leaning people and I have left-leaning people that work in the team for the news. And because of that, it's for a purpose. Because of these echo chambers that are created in the media, if you are on the right, you're not going to see the information that the left is receiving. And if you're on the left, you're not going to receive the information that the right is receiving. So being here, you're going to hear both sides. You're going to get a more in-depth, detailed, so that you can make that decision for your own and you're not controlled by social media in this way. That's the main thing to take from this. Because we're doing that, I'm going to jump into this story first. I was saving it, but we're going to... Let me see here. Where is it at? So, inflation eased after Trump's Liberation Day tariffs defied fears. Consumer prices rose 2.3% in April compared to a year ago, cooling slightly from the previous month and defying fears of an inflation surge in an aftermath of President Donald Trump's Liberation Day tariffs last month. The reading, which marked the lowest inflation rate since 2021, matched economists' expectations. Egg prices fell 10% in April compared to the previous month, offering some relief for shoppers, data showed. Still, egg prices stand much higher than they did a year ago. By contrast, gasoline prices dropped 12% over the past year. The nationwide average price of gasoline is $3.15, data shows. Trump tariff escalation announced April 2nd set off concern among economists and consumers about a possible burst of inflation, since importers typically pass along a share of such taxes in the form of price hikes. All right. Now, we'll come back and read about this. But let's also look at this article. Inflation rose in April, revisiting March decline. Inflation picked up speed in April after declining in March, according to data released Tuesday by the Labor Department. The Consumer Price Index, CPI, rose 2% last month and is up 2.3% over the past year, according to the Labor Department. The annual inflation rate, the annual inflation rate without volatile food or energy prices was 2.8%. Okay? And it says prices fell 0.1% in March through the annual inflation rate was slightly higher at 2.4%. And this is how they lie to you. This is how they're able to put a headline that says inflation rose, but they're lying. Did anyone catch the lie? Did anyone see the lie in that? The reason why this data is not correct, this data is a lie, and what they've done is they used a tactic that the media uses. They remove certain things in order to make it fit their narrative. You can find a narrative to fit anything that you believe on the internet. But the fact goes to show that the truth can be sought out because of this right here. The price index rose 0.2% last month, up from 2.3%. Okay? That's their data, right? But what did they do here? They removed annual inflation rate of volatile food and energy prices. Food and energy prices were removed. Okay? They had to remove that in order to get the numbers that they wanted. They had to remove data. Okay? That's the only reason why it shows that it's down in their report. Because they're lying to you. Inflation is actually down. People spend about 90% of their incomes on food and energy. Anything could be considered energy. Gasoline. Right? Food. Inflation on food has been a big deal. Inflation on food not being counted is going to make it sound like it's up. Inflation on gas, which is energy. Energy drinks. Yeah. They lie to you. They lie to you. They remove things and they list it here right at the end. But they count on the fact that you're just going to read this. They count that that's all you're going to read. Inflation rose in April, rising March decline. But that's a problem for us because we are in the market, okay? And we are here to make trades, right? And we can't make educated trades without having the right information. So if you read this, you're going to believe that inflation is up and the Fed is not going to lower rates. But if you read this, you're going to read that inflation is actually down and the Fed is most likely going to lower rates. Now, they haven't done it yet. Okay. And we knew that they weren't going to because of the uncertainty with the tariffs. And there is still that uncertainty. Nothing has been signed. However, inflation is getting better. So that being countered in, I think we should see some kind of a rate drop this year. When? I don't know. I don't think it'll happen in July because I also am a little conservative on just saying that everything's going to be okay. We don't know that everything's going to be okay just yet. Because I will tell you why. The goods that China paid tariffs on that came to the US just hit the docks last week. Those goods are not on shelves yet. They're still sitting in warehouses. They're on trucks. They're on trains moving across the country. They have not reached the shelves yet. Okay. Jeremy, thank you for the corn. When the price correction, I sold at $250 yesterday and took profits. Good for you. Always take profits. I think we'll get a price correction to $230, and we'll go over that in a little bit. So stick around. I'll give you a time frame of when that's going to happen. But the thing to take from this is that they lie to you. All right. The media wants to lie to you, and they have created bifurcation. And because I'm up here telling the truth, we literally have people hating on me because I'm critical. I'm analytical. I want to have the truth. So I'm not just going to take face value on something just because Trump says it or just because whoever says it. Okay, I'm going to dig into it and I'm going to find the truth and we're going to figure out what to do because that affects me financially. As you all know, I'm retired. I'm 36 years old and I day trade for my income. I make about $1 a live from TikTok and I make nothing from Twitch. All right. I don't make money off of going live. I do this for you. I do this because there is a vacuum in not only social media, but in the news and media in general, where there is no factual information coming in. People are being fed nonsense. So I'm here to break that. What's the next high for XRP? We may have hit that high, but we could see 280 if it does go higher, but I think we're due for a pullback. The reason I do this show is for the sole reason of, one, I love doing this. I was an audio video engineer, so being retired, I get to work with the equipment that I used to use and do the things that I used to do, but I get to do them from home now, and I get to have fun and hang out with you guys, and it's also therapy for me. I need something to do with my time. And I've decided to invest my time, my most valuable resource, into you for entertainment. Because I'm also an entertainer. I was in a band. I was a DJ. I did all kinds of different things. So I'm creating this for you, for the people, because I believe that the people need the truth. Play some Creed. I cannot play Creed because we do post these videos to YouTube and we don't want to take away our monetization. But I'm down with Creed. Definitely. Hold me now. I'm not going to sing. I'm not a singer. I'm a drummer. That's for sure. All right. Let's see here. We'll come back to this because I wasn't quite ready for this, but because of what happened, I thought it was important to talk about that and let you guys know that I'm not here to have a side that I sit on. I'm not here to take sides. I'm here to give you the facts from both sides, and you decide where your allegiances lie and where the truth is, so that way you can make informed decisions in the market, because that is what influences the market, is what is happening in the world and what the news is saying. And that's why I now factor in moon cheese, because I used to not factor it in, and now moon cheese is the cheese that they put in the trap to catch people to use them for exit liquidity. Okay. And they feed people, spoon feed them moon cheese. Can XRP reach $10? I think it's possible, but not this year. I think this year probably more like $5 to $8. I think $7 is a little more conservative. That's if things go the way everyone's saying they're going to go, this super cycle thing. I don't see it. I think the liquidity is more spread out than it's ever been. There's more projects to invest into, and people are trying to get ahead of the curve. So why would you invest into Bitcoin when you could get into altcoins early? Or why would you invest into altcoins if you can get into meme coins early? That's why everything pumped in unison. I'm calling this the unicycle. Okay, I coined that phrase. That's my phrase. I've said it. You heard it here first. The unicycle. Everything is pumping together in unison. Will there be a drop in Bitcoin dominance that sends off an altcoin rally and then vice versa for meme coins? Yes. And that's because people still think we're in the previous cycle. But what will happen is we will not see those massive gains we've seen in the past, because the liquidity is more spread out and people will be holding for too long and they will miss out on the money. And those of you who are educated, who are listening to the show and hearing this, you're going to be able to make sure that you're taking profits along the way up, because the money isn't real unless you make it real. It's just numbers on a screen. What's up, TikTok treasure? How you doing, fam? Glad to have you. All right. So we have a new candle for today. And last night I posted that we were forming a red hammer. However, we broke that today. And like I told you, I was like, it has not formed yet. The candle has not closed. And that's part of why I do the show at 5 o'clock, because it's the start of the new day candle. And so we get a chance to see what the day closed out at and where we are potentially heading from there. Now, it looks, I wouldn't call this a green hammer. It's not quite a hammer, but it's kind of a hammer candle, which would indicate that there is a possibility for a move upward again to 270. I would expect that we would see a red candle first before we see another green candle up to 270. And that would probably put it around 250-ish, 255 would be that entry point if you're expecting to catch it one more time up, or this was the top. 265 was the top, and now it's working its way back down over here to this little triangle mark that is formed right here. But I think everyone is rallying together and everyone is hot on crypto right now in the markets because of what's going on. So the moon cheese factor tells me that we could likely touch up here again before we come back down, or we like double top up here at 265 before we price correct. But we are due for a price correction. X marks the spot, triangles the sweet spot. 229, 230. That's where I believe we're headed. If we can hold that and bounce up again and stay up this line, okay, trend up this way and not consolidate sideways and not fall down below here, we're good. I would say that's confirmation that we are still in a bull run, still in a bull cycle, and we are going to potentially see another move upward. However, this is a bearish pattern. This ascending channel is a bearish pattern. And I would say it's probably got one, maybe two more moves up before it breaks down. Or this could be it. This could be the ascending channel. And then boom, we hit here and we just blow through the bottom and we just see new low numbers. There's not enough data yet. There's not enough data, and we will see what happens as it forms. So hold on to your seats, hold on to your bags. It's nothing's certain yet. And I guess nothing is certain in the markets. Until you see the ghost guy go away, expect that I still see a bearish sentiment. Okay? When you see a moon right here, baby, you will know that we are going crazy. All right? But this is a bearish pattern, downward trend. We broke out of it, but this is also a bearish pattern moving upward. It was a more harsh bearish pattern and it keeps breaking out of that, but it's still in that bearish pattern. Nothing is indicated that we're pumping up to past all-time highs. And that's what we're really watching for. Are we going to hit past all-time high and see crazy new numbers, or are we working our way back down? Has anyone looked into STX? It's only been on the market for about 3 or 4 weeks. Let me have the fact checker look into STX. Let me get the fact checker here going. Or SXT. Can you look into SXT for me?
About what?
What do you want to know about it? What do you want to know about SXT? It says, has anyone looked into SXT? It's only been on the market for 3-4 weeks. Thoughts on it? Yeah, I'll have the fact checker pull it up right now. Because we're in the studio, I'm in the studio part, the recording side of it, and then there's a secondary side where the staff is at. We have IT in there and mission control. And so the mic system is not set up in there yet. So they will be mic'd at one point where they can just chime in and talk directly into the show. So that is coming soon. We are building. We literally a few months ago started. I was just a guy with a phone pointed at a tablet, and here we are now, sitting in the studio. It's amazing. Mission control, awesome. Yeah, mission control, we're headed to the moon. But as of right now, Houston, we've got a problem. We've got a problem. We've been grounded till further notice. Love me some Moodang. Never play meme coins, and you said last week we are in meme season. I put 5K into Moodang at 4 cents and sold at 22 cents. Good for you, buddy. Glad to see. Hopefully you recovered from that short you put in. Because I told you, I warned you when you put in that short. I was like, hey, man, I'd wait. We're in consolidation. I'm not too sure. And sure enough, we got that moon cycle pump. How about the moon cycle, though, right? Isn't that crazy to think that people trade? That ship has sailed. Yeah. Hopefully you regained any losses from that, though. But the moon cycle is very interesting to me. And for some reason, the moon just plays such a role in the markets, not only in the lingo that we talk, but in the cycle that the moon has. And that would indicate, you know, that we've got probably a month of downward movement coming our way. Maybe not a month, because it would probably be, I'd say, a week or two of stagnation and then downward movement, possibly. We just kind of have to see. Dip coming anytime soon for XRP. That's what we're watching for, but I would say yes. Unless we break above this line here, and this line on the top becomes support, if we break above this line right here and we start bouncing off it and shooting up and bouncing off of it and shooting up towards $3, I would say get ready for that $5 price. I would be like, $5 price incoming, ghost goes away and the moon comes up. But until that indication has shown itself, we are still in a bearish pattern. All right. This downward channel is bearish. This upward channel is still bearish. Now, this downward channel needs a breakout and a move upward. Okay. And a move upward would take it up to at least $3 and even, you know, $3.40, and then it could flag from there and continue onward. That is possible. But this could be it. It could be a lot of resistance. 280 could be it. And it just comes up and then moves back into this channel. This channel wants to send it down. This channel wants to send it up. However, this is a bigger, stronger channel forming right here. Okay. This has been going on for like 180 days. This whole move across here. So this would hold more likely to play out than this, which means that if this is the breakout, we could possibly break through this and use this as support. And let me tell you, if this breaks through this and has it as support, I'm going to be throwing so much money at it. Anything below $3 is going to be a good deal. All right. It is going to want to do crazy nonsense. It could go to $8, maybe even 10. I don't think we're going to see like $25 maybe in like a decade, but it is possible, but nothing is confirmed yet. Nothing is giving me that indication. What I'm seeing is an indication of this isn't going to be the bull flag everyone's saying. It's going to be a channel upward and then a breakdown from that channel, which would come back down to the line of support here. So it would break down at 230 and work its way up and then break that down to 230 to $2 again. Lots of people are talking down on XRP. That means they want everyone out of XRP. I agree. Usually whatever the media is saying is what you should be doing the opposite. If they're saying, oh yeah, it's going crazy and analysts say this right after it had a big pump, that's because it's probably going to pull back. The article will say it's going to $50, and then you read it and it says that it's going to $50 in a decade. What support is breaking? I think I want to put more in. Okay. So no support is breaking. No resistance is breaking. Okay. This top blue line right here, Guinea Marie, this top blue line is resistance. This bottom blue line is support. Okay. This line up here on the top is now support. But X marks the spot. So we would move up here and probably fall down, and the entry point would be at 230. If it doesn't break from there and continue to fall down further to $2. But I would say if it does fall to $2, that's like a nasty, maybe Head and Shoulders that formed there. I don't know. I would say it's a little out of, but it kind of is, that could form. Break down to $2, consolidate again, then break down. But I'm not even going to call that. It's way too soon to see anything like that. And it's a little broad on the shoulders here. But we need to get above this blue line if we're going to see $3 in the next few days, in the next week, I would say. The next coming weeks, could be 2 weeks. However, we have moved from 161 all the way to 265 without a real pullback. There's been no price correction. It's due for a price correction down to 220 at least. What range busts the blue line? What do you mean, Kodak? Let's see here. B subscribed at tier 1. Thank you, B. How you doing? Look at Mari. Mari is doing an amazing job with learning the crypto game. Marie, Guinea Marie. I know Guinea Marie is the most improved follower from every one of the people that I coach individually. By the way, if you are watching on TikTok and you become a deluxe subscriber, you can get that one-on-one coaching with me. I'll tell you what, Guinea Marie has been the fastest learner and has grown so much where she is messaging me and saying, I think it's going to do this now. And I'm like, I think you're right. Let's see here. I got to catch up on we got 2 chats going. I can't see numbers. Okay. So the straight blue line is about 230. That's the entry point zone. More than likely, that's subject to change. That's if it's to go down. Yes, I think it's due for a price correction to go down. It's definitely due for it. It needs it. It would be normal for it to move down to 230. And it could do it slowly, gradually, kind of like how it did right here. Slowly, gradually, just kind of move its way over and then go up. Kodak says, thanks. No problem. I think you both had the exact same question, just in the same chat or different chats. Not much bad news to push it down. Yeah, but let me tell you, there is the possibility of bad news to come. Okay? Let me tell you what more than likely will be the bad news. It will be based off of the tariffs. There are no deals. If a deal that was supposed to go through that's pumping it up right now ends up not happening within the next 90 days, expect to see a crash. Expect to see another one of these long, heavy crashes like this. Just red all the way down. Expect to see that. Because nothing is signed yet. There is no deal. There are no deals, and we're going to cover that. You know what? Let's cover the trade stuff. We're a little out of order, but I think sometimes it's better for the show. Tariff receipts topped $16 billion in April, a record that helped cut the budget deficit. Okay. So customs duties totaled $16.3 billion for the month, some 86% above the $8.75 billion collected during March, and more than double the $7.1 billion a year ago. That's crazy. We made, as a country, like our government made ridiculous amounts of money just over the last month because of tariffs. And the deficit, normally in April, the deficit goes up because of tax returns. This is like the first time, I think, in, I don't know, I would say maybe 10 or 20 years that we've actually had a surplus this month in the deficit. So that's an incredible thing all in its own. Is XLM finished pumping? Let me get through the news and I will cover that. So stick around, Danny Gibson. I got you. Remind me if I forget. But we got a few articles we got to cover before we can get back to the charts. And I'm probably gonna skim through some of these because there's a lot to cover, and some of them popped up last minute from the research team. Our journalists here found some things that I missed. Because I'm human, I miss things, and that's why we have a team. More heads are better than one. And so this is great. Everything is working out the way I hoped it would. Shipping containers are seen at the port of Oakland as trade tensions over the U.S. with China in Oakland, blah, blah, blah. Let's see. We read this already. I don't want to get into all this. It really doesn't matter. Okay. The meat and potatoes is right here. We got a surplus this month, right? So let's get rid of that one. And some of these are just affirmation articles. I'm doing good, B. It's good to see you, man. I know it's been a while. Things are turning around. You jumped on the show to see if we're going to the moon. U.S. China tariff truce triggers Trans-Pacific rush, but uncertainty lingers. A brief easing of tariffs between the U.S. and China has set off a burst of trans-Pacific trade activity, but deeper tensions and long-term supply chain disruptions continue to cloud the outlook. A 90-day truce in the ongoing U.S.-China trade war has sparked a rush to move goods across the Pacific, with businesses scrambling to take advantage of temporary lowered tariffs. President Donald Trump, and it was Big Baller on Twitch. He said his business, he's rushing to get his products over here right now. He is a prime example of that happening. Personal experience right here in the chat that this is actually happening. So people are rushing to move products back and forth before the 90 days is up. President Donald Trump essentially backed down on a trade war that he started with China, reducing U.S. duties on Chinese imports from pushing 145% to 30%. China, meanwhile, slashed its tariffs on American goods from 125% to 10%. And mind you, before this happened, we were paying 7% to China. But China was paying almost zero. China had tariffs in place, but the Biden administration did not enforce them on China that whole time. So I would say that this is in a net positive. Even though we're paying more, China's actually paying their 30%. So that's the difference to take away from this. If you look at the numbers, it's a bit misleading because of, even though China had that percentage on them, they weren't paying it at all. You've been in a lot of meetings, B. Yeah, I get it. And I understand it's hard to see the show all the time. I'm here every day. You don't miss me. I'm here 5 days a week. There are a few times where I have to take a day off here and there because of being sick or doctor's appointments and stuff. But this has become, I mean, I'm supposed to be retired, but this has become a full-time job. But I love it. I love doing it. So it's easy for me to do it because I'm not really working because I love what I do. But I really don't make any money doing it. So, by the way, we are supported by your donations. So if you do want to help support the show, we don't make any money off of TikTok or Twitch. What keeps the show going and keeps the staff employed are your donations. Your donations go directly to paying the staff, building the studio, doing all of this stuff. I've invested a little over $15,000 into building this whole thing, and it's, becoming an empire now. Do it. The empire. But yeah, it's amazing. We've grown so much. So if you do want to give to the show, the best way to do it is through donation. I talked to my guy in China and I asked him about the 90-day pause, and he said, make sure you get your products before 90 days. It's coming from owner of a factory. Yeah. You'll make money on subs soon. Yeah, I'm sure, but it won't be much. I pay the staff and the construction crew and everything. I've already paid so much more than I'm receiving in revenue. So it'll be a while before we turn a profit, but I do believe that we are moving forward. The only reason I would say that we are getting, I wouldn't say we're profitable, but and I wouldn't say we're breaking even, but I'm able to continue to employ the staff is because of the donations. So the donations right now are the lifeblood of this whole thing. So much appreciated to all those of you who donated. Much appreciated. All right, let's see here. I don't think we need to read any more of that. Just understand. Oh yeah, actually there is. Hold on. Be cautioned. My feeling is that we will see a small recovery, but not a big recovery. And you will still have empty shelves, and you will still have increased inflation in the US as a result of these tariffs. The products that have been tariffed have not hit the shelves yet. And when they do, the prices will go up. And do you really think that these companies, after they get you used to paying a price for something, they're going to drop the price? They might do it a little bit and say, oh, the tariffs or whatever, we're going to drop the price a little bit, but they're going to keep their prices higher, and they're going to rake in more profits than they've ever seen. So keep that in mind. The price of goods are probably not going to come down much. They were already increasing the prices of the goods, and the trade deal hadn't even affected anything yet. They just took stuff that was already on the shelf and hiked the price of it up. And I get it. They're expecting that, oh, maybe they're not going to receive any more or whatever, supply and demand, whatever you want to call it. But we haven't even seen the lack of goods on the shelf yet, because it will take time for these things to happen. Just like it did in 2020, we didn't feel any of that until like 2021. So mind you, it could take months to really feel that. Let's see here. Inflation eased after Trump Liberation Day tariffs. We read this already, and let's give it a listen here.
The Consumer Price Index shows inflation is cooling. Prices rose 0.2% in April, up slightly from March, but lower than analyst expectations. And prices are up 2.3% compared to a year ago. That's the lowest annual increase in more than 4 years. Let's bring in Bankrate financial analyst Stephen Cates for more. Stephen, thanks for coming on. What do these numbers tell you about the state of the economy?
Well, I think this is, as you mentioned, lower than anticipated, but it really belies what we expect the long-term impacts of the tariffs to be. I think ultimately this is a short-term view of a few weeks after the tariffs were announced. It may take a few months until some of this starts to work its way through the system and actually reach the consumer.
That said, markets rallied yesterday after the U.S. and China agreed to lower tariffs for 90 days. So will the negative forecast about the trade war be reversed if we're able to reach deals with our trading partners?
I think this is unequivocally very good news. Obviously, the stock market reacted very positively, and this is a trend in the right direction. I think to look at where we were a few weeks ago, this is a massive improvement for China to go from 145 down to 30. But if we compare this to where we were 90 days ago, we were now at 30. We're at ultimately across the entire world, roughly 12% net on tariffs. That's still a significant increase from where the administration began. And that is going to ultimately impact Americans, whether through reduced demand or higher prices.
President Trump's also touting this Saudi prince $600 billion investment in the U.S. How significant is that, and what kind of impact could it have if the deal goes through?
Well, deals like this are certainly what the Trump administration wants to tout, that they're building consensus from the globe to invest in America. And so that underscores some of the work that they believe is going to bring America back. But ultimately the follow-through is going to be what's most important. Getting a deal done is one thing. Implementing that deal and seeing the results are going to be another thing. That may take some years, but it's certainly a good trend to see other countries investing in the U.S.
Bankrate financial analyst Stephen Cates, thank you.
My pleasure.
All right. So it's not
There's
over yet.
nothing like a day of fish.
We're not out of the woods yet. And we saw this when inflation rose in April. And we all already know that this is a lie. We just saw that inflation is down. And remember, they use special wording right here. The annual inflation rate without volatile food or energy prices. Most people, 90% of our incomes we spend on food and energy. Remember that. So they use special tactics in order to lie. So remember that. What's up, TikTok seller? Good to see you, man. Let's see here. Why an economist say temporary U.S.-China tariff deal doesn't ease uncertainty. News that the U.S. and China have paused massive tariffs on each other has U.S. businesses rushing to import goods that have been sitting at ports and factories in China for the past 40 days. The deal, announced after negotiations with the countries meet in Switzerland over the weekend, brings U.S. taxes on Chinese goods down to 30% from 145 imposed by President Trump in early April. China agreed to lower its taxes to 10%, down from 125% imposed on the U.S. But there is no official agreement. It is a pause. This is we're going to agree to disagree for 90 days. Let's not cripple the world's economy, and let's talk it out. But there is no deal. Nothing's been signed yet. They talk in public and use words what they're saying. Oh, I know. They use special language. Like, for instance, you'll hear the left do this a lot. They'll say, they're threatening our democracy. They're undermining our democracy. They're trying to remove our democracy. Okay, the United States is not a democracy, and it never has been. It's a republic. It's a democratic republic, but it is a republic. It's never been a democracy, and democracy is socialism. Okay? And they use these words because they want you to fight for democracy, which is basically socialism. And let me tell you, democracy is a bunch of wolves and a sheep deciding what's for dinner. That's what democracy is. It's a bunch of wolves and one sheep deciding what we're going to eat for dinner. And a republic is a well-armed sheep and a bunch of wolves deciding what's for dinner. That's the difference. Having a republic gives the little guy an opportunity to have a voice. A republic is very important for this country, and I think for the world. Obviously, not everywhere is a republic, but for the United States, it is very important that we keep our republic intact and that we do not fall into a democracy. This is very important, and it's very important that people understand what that is, because if the masses can just vote for something, just because the majority agrees upon something doesn't make it right. Doesn't make it the right thing just because of the majority. And that's what socialism is. That's what communism is. Those are two different words as well. They use socialism instead of communism. And they are two different things. But we have to understand that they use special language. They manipulate words to get you to feel a certain way, but be swayed in their direction. You believing something different than what they're actually saying. They know exactly what they're saying. They use those words in that way on purpose. They know exactly what they're doing. And what they're doing is they are changing the way the young people see, perceive, and think about how things work. They most kids today, I bet you would be able to ask them and they would tell you that we have a democracy. We don't. Never have. All right, let's see here. Let's see here. So yeah, there's still uncertainty in the markets. We don't know. And I'm going to save these two for later. Let's go back to the charts for a minute. Danny Gibson wanted me to look at XLM. Let's take a look at XLM. I love XLM, by the way. It's one of my favorites because it's a little bit... Let me tell you one reason why I like XLM so much. First of all, you all know I love XRP. All right? Everybody knows it. This is an XRP show. When XRP is making... When the charts are difficult to read, is what I'm trying to say. When the charts are difficult to read for XRP or XLM, you can look at one or the other, and they're very similar in the way they move, but they're also different. So when you get an indecision on what is happening, like looking at XRP, man, you can be very indecisive on what is about to happen, but you look at XLM and you say, no, we're bullish, or no, we're bearish. Like, it's a good indicator to tell you what XRP is going to do and vice versa. Are you on TikTok today, or are we banned? Oh, never mind, we're on there. We have a constitutional republic. Yes. A constitutional republic means that the republic has to adhere to the Constitution. Thank you for clarifying that, B. Let's look at XLM. I would say it's kind of the same as XRP. Not enough data on the 1 day here. But I'd say that we have an inverted hammer and we have a hammer. I'd say XLM's got more in it. And if XLM's got more in it, I'd say XRP's got more in it. The question is how much more? The question is how much more? I would say 235 for XLM. And I've been saying that for a few days. Actually about a week now already. Man, time flies when you're doing this show, and you're even on the weekends, man. I'm working with the construction crew, getting all this stuff built and putting all this stuff together with the IT guy, and just working on everything. It's been non-stop for months. Since we started this show, I've basically worked 7 days a week, except for when I got sick. I did take 1 day off. 1 day sick, dead in bed, and then I did some work, on other days, but that was the only time I really took any time to myself. All right, let's look at H-bar for TikTok seller. I think everything's got a little bit more left in it, to be honest with you, just because I know that everything moves in unison. No, that's not it. Hedera US dollar, there it is. H-bar looks the same as XLM. H-bar's got to move to at least 24 to 26 cents, I think. Somewhere around there. And I mean, it could go further. It could go to 228 and beyond. But from what we're seeing right now, we only have so much data. But if this was the top and now we're hitting resistance and we're going to get a pullback, I would say it's probably going to do something like that. That looks about right. We had an inverted head and shoulders right here, is usually followed by another head and shoulders. So it just depends on the news right now. The news is the teetering thing. Yeah, we'll do Solana. I think Solana actually is looking good, but I'm a little wary on Solana just because Calvin Hill says that it's going to do good. But I'll tell you, a broken clock's right twice a day. Yeah, so Solana played out its head and shoulders perfectly and fully. The question is 179, 180 going to be support, or will it blow past it? The question is this going to be a diamond top right here? We don't know yet because it hasn't given us enough data. But I would say that that's the makings for a diamond top. And if it really just depends on the news right now. That's what I'm gonna guess, because I think everything's due for a pullback. Calvin catching heat, and I couldn't love it anymore. Laughing my ass off. I know, right? Calvin's been catching it lately. And it all started with me. Everybody was bowing down to him, and then we got into it, and since then it's been this thing to troll Calvin Hill. I don't know if we started that trend here, but it's definitely a trend now. And we need to start doing hashtag troll Calvin or something. You know what I mean? I think that this is highly likely, and that would kind of line up that we could possibly drop from here, pump back up hard, drop down pretty hard, and then kind of consolidate, and that would bring it, if it does this, it would bring it down to 147 to 140. He gets pushed in the algorithms because he lies. Exactly. And that's why I need your support more than ever, because we don't get pushed. We grow because of your support. And even just hitting the like button. If you're on TikTok, go in and smash the like button. And if you're on Twitch, everybody run on over to TikTok real quick and just start smashing the like button so we can start building up our community. Help drive in new people. So if you are watching on Twitch, go on over there real quick and hit the like button a bunch of times. And if you want to jump back over to Twitch, go back to Twitch. But we use TikTok in order to bring in new viewers, because Twitch is so new for us. We haven't reached that audience yet, and Twitch is just building and growing on the crypto community. There's not really a space for it yet, and I believe that's why they reached out to me to possibly speak at the Twitch convention. So we'll see what happens with that. Says, sorry, I deleted TikTok. No worries, man. But hopefully we do TwitchCon in San Diego and I get to speak there. And I'm hoping that that brings a new audience, not only to Twitch, but to this show. And it's going to grow us exponentially. So fingers crossed. Hold on. We got to do the TikTok prove that we're still live. They think we're cheating. But yeah, I'm really excited for that. And if anything, it sounds like I'm going to be, if I don't get a speaking spot at the convention, I'll probably have some kind of recognition or be attending. So that'll be cool. Is this pre-recorded? What do you mean pre-recorded? XRP starting to form a downside cup, an upside down cup. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, we're live right now, but everything is recorded. So you saying that this is a cup and handle, or you're saying that it's going to form a cup? That this is going to be the cup and handle? Is that what you're saying? It depends on the time frame you're looking at. Are you talking about like the 1 minute or something? The 1 hour? Let me see. Talking about this, like a cup and handle? And that would, if that is a cup and handle, that would indicate the move to 270. Yeah, we don't do the 1 minute here. I know, right? If everything goes okay with my surgery, I should be attending TwitchCon also. Oh, by the way, B, I did put in a word for you. For TwitchCon, you may be my special guest, just so you know. I was gonna reach out to you about that, but I was like, you know what, fuck it, I'm gonna throw them in there because I needed some, because they're like, you have to have like a secondary person with you, and I was like, all right, who do I know that's on Twitch? I was like, of course, B, and I figured you could, you have your community, so it's not 100%, and like you have no obligation to it whatsoever. But I did throw your name and your channel out there. That looks like a wonky inverted head and shoulders. I know, right? I think it's more of a cup and handle kind of, but this kind of throws it off. Maybe it's more like this is the cup and handle. However, a cup and handle wouldn't come from a bearish fall. It would come from a bullish push. So from a bearish fall, cup and handle, it would more likely break down. And we're disconnecting again on TikTok. What's crazy though is we're doing good on Twitch, but we're disconnecting on TikTok. Yeah, hopefully we do the TwitchCon and we can go together, and that'll be something we do. Hopefully we shall see. I have a good feeling about, oh, you know what? Check out this cup. Hold on. Is that a cup and handle? If that's a cup and handle, that would indicate a bit of a pullback and then a nice push up to 280. But I'm excited about TwitchCon. I'm probably going to TwitchCon even if I don't speak. I'm probably going to still go. Even if they don't give me like credentials to go, I can more than likely get in for free because I work at the convention center all the time. So that wouldn't be hard. However, the convention center has upped their security, but there are ways. I know the secret passwords and the special doors to go knock on. I haven't been to San Diego Convention Center in about 2 years now. I don't know, maybe this is a cup and handle. If this is a cup and handle right here, I would say that we could potentially pump to 280. Textbook play would be cool here. Yeah, we'll see. And don't forget, if you're watching on TikTok, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Let's get this show out there. Let's promote it and get it rolling, because we have been hitting rookie numbers on the likes, and I get why. We've moved like 50% of the people that actually engage with our show over to Twitch. So it's to be expected. So those of you who are on TikTok, I need my TikTok warriors to continue to hit that like button and continue to comment and engage. We just did H-bar, but I'll do it again. Let's see here. H-bar kind of looks the same. I think it's got more in it, though. 226, 225, 226. I think there's a lot of moon cheese going out. Big Baller, thank you for gifting those subs. Thank you so much for that. We got a hype train. We're 50% of the goal to another 5 subs will oh yeah, $2, sorry. Yeah, 25 cents. So another 5 subscribers on Twitch will get us to level 2 of the hype train. Boom, we made it. Awesome. Thank you guys so much for that support. Yes, look at that hype train. That is awesome. I'm not used to seeing level 5 complete. And that's good, because we are trying to push the show for Twitch right now. Because I feel like if we continue to meet goals on Twitch and grow, we will more than likely get that upcoming talent spot. And the thing is, Twitch doesn't have much of a space for crypto. I've only seen like 10 other crypto shows on Twitch, and they're not good. No, I would say that our show is one of the highest quality shows for crypto on Twitch. Matt Hendricks, bro, I'm stuck in the ads while the gifted subs are coming in. But TikTok seller got you. I know the ads suck. I do apologize for it, but we have to have a safety net from TikTok. We have to have it, because TikTok, eventually we're just going to move away from TikTok and do something different, and we won't do the price points there anymore. But it is we are pulling people from TikTok and bringing them to Twitch. So it's kind of like one of those, like, what do I do? But also notice how TikTok you can see the same show that you'd get on Twitch right now. It's the same thing, right? The TikTok live studio could go away at any moment. All they got to do is hit me with a guideline, and boom, that's gone, and we're back to pointing the camera at the screen. And I am just so sick of filling out the the paperwork. I'm going to have to, if it continues, I'm going to have to hire someone just to deal with the appeals process for TikTok, and TikTok is just not profitable enough. XRP is trying hard to break 260. Yeah, let's finish up with Hedera here. I think 225, 226, or excuse me, not 25 or 26 cents. Sorry, I'm so stuck on XRP's price. Send subs him because it will help him grow fast. Thank you, much appreciated. Could you analyze Tether? Is that Tether or Tether? I'm guessing it's Tether because we don't do Tether around here. We don't speak about Tether in these parts. Did you see ads for Algo on TikTok? No, I did not. I did not. That's interesting. I really like Algorand, by the way. Ever since the crypto summit, I'm about it. Tether token? Where's Tether on what on Binance? It's a token, right? Oh, I put Tether. T-A. Tether. Tether token. I have it on Swift FTX. Oh, Sui FTX in Australia. Man, remember what happened with FTX, bro? Anything that says FTX, I don't want it. Grocery lines for Bitcoin was 27-minute wait. Line for Algo was lightning speed train. Yeah. And Algo is going to be fast, but I think XRP, I think HBAR is the fastest out of all of them right now, right? HBAR, Algo, and XRP are like the fastest transactions. This is interesting. Let me tell you. If this is a cycle, it's in despair. I'd say hold on to this one. I might buy some of this. I think this one's got some pump in it. Oh yeah, baby. Dang, 16 bucks. See, when was this? Was March, October, December. Obviously, when it first came out, it got its first big pump. I think the next pump will fall short just like this one did. Probably 265-ish to 290. What is it? Tethos? T-E or T-H-E-T-A-U-S. I'd say that it's dropped into despair. This would be fear right here, capitulation, despair. And it looks like it's about to get another cycle. Dang, I gotta buy some of this. It's hard to say because it could just be a dying coin, but look, it got 2 cycles. It could take a few months, but I would say by November, this thing could be, 280, 275-ish. That looks good. Who said that? This one? Who asked me to look at this one? Let's see. I'm way behind on the chat. H bar is the long play. I agree. H bar is a long road. It's doing good for me. Really? Kaylin, you're Mother of Dragons, right? Good eye. Let's do our monthly welfare check on Mantra or whatever got rug pulled. Oh my god. Only $1. Yeah, Mantra's done. Check out ETHFi. Oh, I have ETHFi. I bought ETHFi when it hit the market. ETHFi moves opposite of Bitcoin. So when Bitcoin's down, ETHFi goes up. Bitcoin is down. I'm going to leave this one up here because I'm going to look into that. Hold on. Gooncoin. All right. Give me you guys a second. The chats are flying on both sides. I know whatever you're watching, it shows like not much of a chat, but the other side's going when the other one's not going. ETH. Is it EtherFi or is it ETHFi? Because I have ETHFi. I think it's ETHFi. That's the one I have. I have this one. Ooh, yeah, baby. I haven't even looked at that. That one's got more in the tank. That one's got more in the tank, baby. I think it might do 160 if the markets keep going the way they've been going, or it's due for a price correction. And it'd be like some little head and shoulders thing here, bringing it back down to where it was. You bought it on the recent low. Yeah, this one I really like this. This is what I want to see. I want to buy in these zones here. I want to buy in these zones, catch these pumps, sell them. This is good. You may end up holding it for a while before you catch it, but you'll catch it. It'll happen again. Yeah, I'm going to buy some of that today after the show. Dude, who put us on that find? Yeah, that was Kaylin. Kaylin did that. I don't know why I bought it. Someone must have mentioned it. Good for you. This is sick. This is what I want to see. I want to see in the middle of the bull run, the end of a cycle, gearing up for a new one, right before we go into altcoin season, meme coin season. What? Oh, this is sick. I'm leaving this one up because I'm buying this. Can you type in the chart what token that was? Theta. Yeah, it's right here on the screen. Here, let me blow it up for you. There it is. Thetas. Or is it the Oz? I think it says the Oz. The Oz. Where do you buy that? What platform? I think it was a let me double check. What it shows several there's several platforms. Theta, right? Looks like it's on Binance, Coinbase, Bybit, BitMEX. OKX, Kraken, Launch Crush. The name of that coin is THETA. I'm going to pull it up one more time because this is a beauty. This is a beauty. This is what you want to see, guys. This is just, I mean, despair would have been the time to buy, but I think, you know, it could run sideways for a year. But that gives you a whole year to keep buying this one before it runs up again. Zoom in on the 1 hour. Yeah, let's take a minute here. Oh, everything looks the same. Look, it double topped and didn't really play out all the way because news, and it pumped. There's just not enough data to say what it's going to do. It's probably going to do what it did here. Break down, pump up, break down, pump up. And that could be it. Or it does like a head and shoulders thingy, but it's hard to tell. It's technically a widening, broadening, and I mean, that's hella broad. I would say that's the makings for a diamond top right there. That's the makings for a diamond top. Bring it down to 97, 98 cents, 99 cents, probably 99. That's the makings of a diamond top. If it is, there's just not enough data yet on that one. But, I mean, I'd buy this one and just hold it and wait for it to pump. And once it peaks up, it'll do it quick too. When it peaks, it'll be real quick and just have a limit order set on it. And when it does it, just take it. It could go more, you know, but I mean, why not? Let's say it's fallen down a little lower each time. It went from 383 or excuse me, yeah, 383 down to 339. I would say the next would be 280, but that's beautiful. From $1 to 280, that's like the pump everybody wants from XRP right now. Gee, they gave the big long rug candle. What, on XRP? What are you talking about? Yeah, I'd say that this one's in accumulation. As long as it's running, I'd say from where it's at or lower, which more than likely it's probably going to drop lower. You can probably buy it again as low as like 50, 60 cents. I'd probably say 60 cents is, you know, around its bottom, 55 cents. But more than likely it's going to do this. And who knows, maybe by November it would pump. Boom. Nice little shark fin. That, if that pumps, that would be the same movement as if you bought XRP at $1 and sold it at, you know, 280. That's a decent move. That is a decent move. I like that one. It's fresh, it's early. and we're about to move into altcoin season. You paid that? Yeah, you got in at the right zone. I'm obviously not going to buy today, but I'll tell you what, if it does something like this and then starts to move up, I'm going to probably get in right here at 93-ish, because that'll head and shoulders up to 148 for sure, and then probably come back down. Boom, like that. I'll ride that wave. I will ride that wave. That's beautiful. Good for you, Kayleen. So proud of you. So proud of all of you. You've all grown so much as traders. Some of you, you're already, well advanced, but those of you who are the new traders and that have been taking advantage of my coaching, it's amazing. Excuse me. It's amazing. Yeah, fingers crossed. I mean, I wouldn't say you wouldn't be able to break even. If it just ended up being a dead project at that price at around 50, 60 cents, you're not going to take a loss. You're going to at least be able to get out at what you paid for it, or just hold on to it for a long time. Those are the kind of buys I like. I want to catch it in that despair, because it's at the mean right now. It's at the mean, and it just came up from despair. You might have to hold it a long time, but eventually that one's going to pay off. All right, let's talk about, since we're in this meme coin, did I miss anybody's? HD Malicious got a gifted sub. Thank you so much. Wow. Big Baller gifted 2 subs. TikTok Seller gifted a sub. Gift a subscription. Hold on. Oh, I see. I did 20. You did 20 subscriptions? Holy crap. Oh, yeah. Okay. So Big Baller gifted 5. TikTok Seller gifted 20 subscriptions. Wow. Thank you so much for that. $100. Thank you so much. Thank you. That is amazing. You guys have been so supportive. And TikTok Seller, you've donated to the show. Much appreciation. And we're making money, like we're making money because of the show. We're doing this together. So thank you all very much for your generous donations. Give some love in the chats for TikTok Seller. We appreciate you. Yes. And you all are in competition now at 20 subs. So if you're going to beat that, you're going to have to send 25 subs. So let's see who beats that. No, I'm just kidding. Just egging you on a little bit. Yeah, B also gifted subs. I think B gifted 5, but it's not showing. I don't know why it's not showing B's gifts. B gifted the first subs. Like when we first started, I think he sent a whole bunch of them. Thank you, B. B's been a big supporter of this show as well. All of you, those of you who are like the diehard watchers of this show, you're either gifting subs or you're smashing like buttons or you're sending donations. Yeah, we definitely grew. Guinea Marie is, I believe, one of our top donators to the show. So thank you, Guinea Marie, for your donations. Much appreciated. And mind you, those donations literally are employing people. You guys are helping create jobs. All right, let's talk about this. Bitcoin dominance. All right. Bitcoin dominance. Bitcoin dominance is still up. So we're not quite in meme coin season yet. If you believe that we are not in a simul cycle, and I appreciate you getting Marie. Thank you very much. I believe that we're in somewhat of a simul cycle, but I also believe that there is a massive group, and most people believe that we're in a regular cycle or a super cycle, and they're all waiting for Bitcoin dominance to drop, excuse me. So if Bitcoin dominance does drop, which it will, altcoins will get a run. I don't think it'll be as big as we've seen in the past, but we will see a run, right? The altcoin season index, though, we are, we moved all the way from over here and we're kind of in here, and we were closer to the middle a few months ago, and we've moved back. But, we've got a long way to move over before we start crossing over. But I'll tell you, once we get to like right here where the cursor's at, it's going to move quickly. Boom. Into here, and then boom. And then boom. So it'll happen quickly when it does. But if you look, like, Bitcoin pumped, and then it dropped, and then altcoins pumped again. And so, like, I think that's why the cursor is starting to move over, because I think we're starting to get into that season. What's your choice of meme coin for upcoming cycle and altcoins? What do you think will get the biggest pump? If XRP does not get the settlement and injunction removed, I would say it's likely that it would be, HBAR, Solana. Otherwise, if XRP gets the case dropped, I would expect XRP to surpass everything as far as altcoins go. Meme coins, I think Trump coin and fart coin would be some top ones for sure. Let's look at crypto bubbles, because the meme coins are based off of popularity. And crypto bubbles is good for tracking the popularity. You love Fartcoin? I know, right? I'm definitely going to pick up Fartcoin for sure. I'm going to always own a Fartcoin just so that I can say I own a fart. Let's look at this year. This year, XRP, Virtual, SPX, Brett, HBAR. So I would say Algo, HBAR, XRP, XLM, Cardano. Meme coins, I would say Pepe, Sui, AV, XMR. That's on the what do you call it? XRP Ledger, isn't it? Fartcoin, though, for sure. That one's always going to pump. I don't think it's up on the year, but I do believe that Fartcoin in the month, Fartcoin's always been a decent one. It did well. Trump coin will probably do something again, but I think probably not with Trump coin. I would say that it's when Trump coin came out, a lot of people bought Trump coin because they thought that was going to be the digital currency that the country was going to use. And I think they were misled by that, and they're like, oh shoot, we got in a rug pull. There's another Trump coin coming. Yeah, there'll always be another one, and they'll have their little bit of hype or whatever. But I would say the best way to find those meme coins is be on social media and hear what everyone's talking about. And you know, I'd say they're all going to pump something, you know, but I tend to stay away from the meme coin territory. I got into Shiba Inu only because it had utility, you know. I don't know. It's silly. The meme coin stuff is silly, and I get it. But I would say 9 times out of 10 on a meme coin, you're going to get rug pulled. You're not going to make what you thought you're going to make. Most people hold too long, and they just crash so quickly. It's over. Yeah, a few bucks, whatever. I'm going to, own some fart coin just to own some fart coin. I'll probably never sell it like it's a collector's item. I would say for this cycle, your better bets are in utility. I'm calling this the utility cycle. The utility unicycle. So we'll see. Let's see. Fear and greed index. Greed is nearing crossing the line. Okay. When this gets close here, you should start being worried about selling. I'd even be a little worried now. And this is based off the crypto market, obviously, not just XRP in general. I'll look at Move in just a second. But the fear and greed index, by the way, this is coinmarketcap.com. Check this out. This is a great trading tool. This is based off of the market cap of the entire crypto space. And there's a lot of tools to go through here, but I'm not going to go through all of it in detail. But ones to definitely watch is Bitcoin dominance. Okay. Altcoin season index. And the fear and greed index, because we are finally moving into that time frame where Bitcoin may fall from dominance. I haven't really covered it much. I think I covered it one time in the show, and that's because I didn't see much relevance in it yet, and I didn't want to throw people off. But we're starting to near that alt season line here, and we could be moving into that. And I would say that it's highly likely that this is a unicycle and everything is pumping together. Meme coins are pumping off cycle of Bitcoin and utility coins, and Bitcoin and utility coins are pumping together. And because of that, the liquidity is more spread out. People got into meme coins so early on because they wanted to try to catch it early to become filthy rich, right? And so because of that, it's not flowing the way it should. And Bitcoin dominance is based off of Bitcoin and Ethereum. Okay. I don't think this chart is accurate anymore because I feel like Ethereum is on its way down. Now, Ethereum did put out some new tech or whatever, and so there is that possibility that Ethereum's making a comeback. But I really feel like Ethereum is poised to be dethroned. The screen is wacky and distorted. I don't know why that is. All right, I'll look at the dog one. I got to look at Move real quick. Let me look at this one first. Oh, my computer froze. I lost all my fancy lines. I forgot to save them. Let's see. What was that project? Move. Oh my goodness. Am I looking at the right chart? I must be. My word. That is volatile as hell. That is so volatile. Look at that. There's definitely money to be made there. If you're trading, and look at this. We got trend lines here. If you're trading between here and it's just moving sideways, that's money. That is some good volatility. Boom. That's between 99 and 138. So you'd buy at 99 or lower, and you'd sell at 135 or higher. That's beautiful. That's what you want to see. However, I do think it's starting to curve down a little bit, but I think it's going to continue to do something like that. That's an easy consolidation trade right there. And this is the 1 day. So how many days between a trade? Let's see. 1, 2, let me zoom in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Like about a week or two between a trade. Is a good day trade. I would say this is a good weekly trade. Not so much a day trade. But yeah, it would be a good day trade. But if you're not paying fees, but I would just say I would buy at 99 or lower and sell at 135 or higher. Which coin is that? This is Move, MOVE. This is a nice trading coin. Now, at any point, this thing could fall out of consolidation and crash, or just moon. Either or. But in between, I mean, if you're just playing with a little bit of money, you could grow some money pretty quickly. It's like robotic how big the candles are. It's just massive moves. That is, it's called Move too. It moves, baby. All right, let's look at dog whiff hat. I'm going to leave this one up because I'm probably going to buy some of that too. I'm going to trade some of this. I'm going to throw $100 in there and see if I can turn it into 10,000. Let's see here. Dog, what a dog whiff hat. What a freaking name for a coin. I'm going to buy some whiff. Take a whiff of this thing. I'd say this thing's kind of trading with everything else. It's been on a downward trend since it came out. I'd say it's due for a pump. I'd say it's due for something. But if the market crashes, it'll probably crash with it. This is so new. This is just since December. And it's just been down, 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 down. But mind you, there are so many people that bought on all these zones all the way down. As it goes up, they're just going to liquidate it. It could keep it down because it just started downward. This has potential. It hasn't seen a really big pump yet. It has potential, but I would say be cautious. Be very cautious with something like this that's only seen downward movement. That means people have been buying it, hoping for it to make a turnaround, and they've been holding it for a very long time now, and they're just like, all right, I just needed to get to this number and I'm out of it. Party Patriot. Is that a coin? Party Patriot? Is that it? PRTI? Dang, everybody just flowing in with the things to look up. Simon says, "What's up, Oz? I've been out. I've watched the show on YouTube. No worries. Glad you're enjoying and taking advantage of being able to see the show on YouTube. Getting to watch it later on if you missed the live. That is the whole point. So I'm glad. I'm glad that you're utilizing that. Because it's not free. I pay the IT guy to come in every single day after the live and upload all that stuff and do all the IT stuff with. So please take advantage of that. Glad somebody's getting some use out of it. Plus, it's a way to save everything that I'm doing, you know. One day I'll be gone, but all these videos will exist. TikTok seller, is that Party Patriot you want me to look at? I don't know. I need a little clarification on that one before, so I'm gonna look at Peanut in the meantime. Peanut's the same thing. Same thing as that other one we looked at. It's just been a drop since it opened in December. And nothing's happened, and it's going to be hard for it to move up past this point of like 77 cents because a lot of people are just going to be like, I want to get out of it, or they'll hold on to it and hope that it moons. I would say your time to buy was in this flat consolidation. But this is an ascending channel, which indicates a drop downward. Do the opposite, but it looks like it's nasty. It's about to fart coin. Pump hard and crash. How do I find Move? Move is... That's a good question. Move is on Binance, Coinbase, OXY, Bithumb, Bybit, Kraken. Lunar Crush. DeFi Llama. Those are where it's at. That is something though. Move. I'm pulling that chart back up because wait a minute. Wait a minute. This chart looks different. Okay, I'm retracting what I said about move because that may have been the wrong I may have clicked on the, maybe it was this one. That is weird. It looks different. Okay, sometimes the charts come up wrong on this and they don't load right. So this is move. And I would say it got rug pulled hard and dropped down. Yeah, be careful of move. The other one was just MOVE. What happened to that? Why did I back out of it? I'm glad I did though, because I don't want to steer people in the wrong direction. Move US dollar. Yeah, something was off on that chart. Sometimes this thing doesn't load properly, and I thought it looked wonky. So move is basically the same, but I think it could be forming a head and shoulders thing here, inverted. I could see that to 35 cents. Or it just crashes down more. It's hard to tell. There's not enough data. After we pump like this, we have to start waiting to see, what's it going to do? Is it going to consolidate or is it going to drop down? Goon coin? No, it said move, but it didn't say like move USD. It just said move. It could have been like market cap or something like that. Let's do Goon coin. Goon. Did you want to look at Goon coin? Is that actually a real thing? I generally won't look or condone anything that's on Tether. I don't know. Unless you want me to look at it, I'm going to look at it. But I don't know if that's... I don't see any charts there that I would want to use. I've done some small trades with GRT and done good with it. Let's see GRT. Yeah. I think GRT is... It's down here. It's definitely in that buy zone. I'd probably wait for a pullback. Your entry zone is going to be much lower. I'd say it's probably going to hit 5 cents again. But it, you know, it needs a little bit more of this in between here before I think it's going to come up again like this. And if it does spike again, it's probably only going to come up to about 28 to 24 cents. One, is that a coin? I have so much news to cover, guys. I enjoy doing this though. Let me look at another one. I do want to look at your stuff for you though. If you're a subscriber, you're on TikTok, I'm going to take care of it and we'll just cover the news tomorrow. One, Kodak, are these the ones you're naming out are this is like D Trust. I don't recognize if it doesn't even say US, like this is wonton or South Korean won. I don't know if that's Kodak. You got to be specific. Is that a coin you're looking for, or are you typoing or something? I've done some. I'm thinking about hold it. If it drops for it, it pumps. Yeah, coins like that, these low market cap ones, just hold them until they pump like crazy, and then as soon as they do, sell them right away. They're not gonna hold at their positions. They're gonna pump and dump. So if you're holding them, you got to be watching the markets, waiting for that pump to happen, and then the moment it does, just sell it and get rid of it as fast as you can. Unless it has like some kind of utility. No, it's fine. I just read about it. All right, cool. Some of the, I can't know every project. I try to focus on XRP mainly because it's one of the hardest altcoins to chart and its utility. So that's why I do it, and because I believe in it. I think that it has the possibility to be something great. So that's why I do it. Oh man, my back is killing me. I kind of want to just end the live right now because my back hurts so bad. Oh, let's see here. Crypto news. I don't think we did this yet. Okay, XRP up 3%, Bitcoin down as crypto markets fall ahead of new US inflation data today. And that's because of that mixed news that we got. Yeah, I needed to stretch. Some people were fed a lie that Trump, caused inflation, and some people got the facts that inflation is down. And so because of that, Bitcoin fell 3%. All right. So does that indicate that Bitcoin dominance is dying? No, that indicates that people were fed fake information. And I noticed Bitcoin tends to be those who follow the fake news, because those of us who are well informed in crypto are a little afraid of Bitcoin. It's a bubble waiting to pop, and it's a meme coin. And so I think low information buyers and sellers buy Bitcoin. And I think there are those, they're the maxis as well, and they just believe these crazy outlandish things, just like the XRP people. They believe crazy outlandish things too. But I think the mass amount of Bitcoin holders are normies, people who don't know anything about the market, and they just read headlines. They don't really know what they're buying. They just feel like, okay, cryptocurrency is going to be something, but they think that Bitcoin is the cryptocurrency. They don't understand utility and how it works. So I feel like the majority of Bitcoin holders are low information buyers. And obviously there's those of us who hold a little bit of Bitcoin, whatever. I'm just saying, like, a lot of normies that don't really follow anything. They're just like, oh, I heard they're going to a new digital system. Maybe I should buy some of this Bitcoin. Those kinds of people. I have another meme banger. Green shot she token. Let's go. All right, let's take a look at it. And we'll get back to the news. Green shot she token. What the hell? GST. Jesus. Look at it, just goes all the way to 15 cents. Oh man, I don't think we'll see pumps like this ever again. I think these crazy long pumps are done. The liquidity is so spread out. It might have another one in it, but it would only probably go to like 10 cents maybe, which ain't bad. But I would say probably 10 cents on that one overall. What's it at, a penny right now? That ain't too bad. Y'all are pulling out the pink sheets, man. And I'm telling you right now, you may have to hold this one for a long time before you get to 10 cents. But I think it could do it again. And it could not even be 10 cents. It could be 5 cents. But man, you guys in your pink sheets, man, I am not a fan of the pink sheets. The penny stocks. I will take 5 cents. I know these are the get rich quick scheme. And I think they'll have their thing. People are going to be watching them, you know, whatever. But there's so many meme coins now. Like, you have to be on what's popular. They'll pump and dump and then never do this again. You know, it could just flatline forever. Keep that in mind. You can just be holding it forever until it gets to negative 1 cent. Algo. My thoughts on Algo. I love Algo. I think Algo is going to be huge. Oh man. I am in so much pain today. Algo. I think everything's kind of in the same thing right now. It all got a nice little pump, and there's just not enough data yet to show what it's going to do. It kind of looks like a diamond top, though. I think that's what a lot of these are forming, is like somewhat of like this diamond top formation. But we're only like kind of halfway into forming it. If Algo forms this diamond top, then I would expect everything else that was forming it to be forming a diamond top, along with everything else in the market. That's a possibility. There's just not enough data yet. I don't want to throw you off. Let me tell you, everything right now, there's just not enough data to say. We just got a hard pump and we're due for price correction. You know, see how this pumped up here and then it corrected, and then it pumped up here and then it corrects, and then it pumps and it corrects. So it's hard to say. CMOT subscribed. Thank you, CMOT, for becoming a subscriber. Much appreciated. All right, let's get back to the news. Look at this. Why is Bitcoin falling again? It's basically because of inflation. People were told inflation is up and they're not expecting rate cuts. I think rate cuts might actually come. Altcoin also falls except XRP. Ethereum's weakness followed last week's Pectra hard fork which activated 11 improvement proposals designed to streamline execution and reduce fees. Early transaction costs recordings show modest relief, yet Ethereum's share, a total value locked, has continued to slide as competing layer 1 networks court developers with lower base costs. Yeah, I think Ethereum might just be done. I don't think they have the tech or the technology. I think when it came out, it was a great idea, but things are different now. Breaking the trend, XRP settled around 3% up to roughly 250 and sits around 5% higher for 2025, even as Bitcoin and Ethereum are flat to lower. That's incredible. Bitcoin is not but I'll tell you this, Bitcoin started a few weeks before, was moving while XRP was stuck sideways. XRP was stuck in a consolidation and it broke out from there. We're not getting rate cuts this summer. No, I think we'll get rate cuts at the end of the year. I don't think we're getting July rate cuts, that's for sure. But it's possible. But I think they're still waiting to see what happens because of tariffs. Because that impact hasn't really happened yet. Let's see. Coinbase shares could see 16 billion of buying pressure from S&P 500 index inclusion Bernstein. So Coinbase will be on the S&P 500. That's crazy. We already kind of covered this yesterday, but yeah, Coinbase on the S&P 500, that is going to inflow money into Coinbase and into crypto. That's awesome. Oh, we already covered this one. I don't know why I double tapped that one. XRP news today. Legal limbo and ETF delays stall XRP's bullish breakout. BTC at 104K. This was May 12th. This was yesterday. So XRP surged. And then, so basically XRP didn't do as well because of the legal limbo. However, we pumped today and we're holding steady. The reason I bring this up is because I think that this is wrong. I think that XRP is moving the same. It's just XRP fell to that really low position around 160. And moving up now, those resistance zones of $2 and $2.20 are very strong resistance. And it just struggled to break through, not because the bulls couldn't push it up, but there was just a lot of, sell orders placed in those areas because people know with XRP that is a tough zone to break. So I really think that that's all it was. Papa Powell, please. Yeah, Dizzle, all you got to do is become a subscriber and I'll look at whatever project you like, or come on over to Twitch and write it in the chat on Twitch and I will do it for free. We will be leaving TikTok, so we are migrating to Twitch eventually. So come on over to the Twitch side and type that in and I got you. And don't forget to smash that like button. Those of you on TikTok, we are almost to 10,000 likes. We're at 8.1K likes. Those are rookie numbers. We need to bump those numbers up. Start smashing that like button, subscribe to the channel, and share the show, because we do need to build up our Twitch a bit more. We need to start growing that because it is a new platform for us. And because so many people have moved to Twitch, it's made our TikTok kind of slow. So we need to bump up that TikTok just a little bit more. So if you are watching on their Kodak, if you're watching, I'm talking to you. TikTok seller, Lexus Mom, my TikTok warriors, Neo 2.0, Jfinity, Danny Gibson, censored by TikTok. If you guys are watching on TikTok, start smashing that like button. I need your help to continue to feed their algorithm. If you are on Twitch and you're watching, obviously there are those of you that are at work or you're driving or whatever, and you're listening to this like a podcast. I get it. You can't always be engaged, but for those of you who are available to do it, pop off of Twitch every once in a while and go into TikTok and just, start hitting the like button and spamming the chat, and that helps the TikTok algorithm. So much appreciated to all of you who continue to put in that extra work for the show. Much appreciated to all of you. But we need some likes over there for sure. There we go. I see two. I see a couple little likes flowing in. They're flowing in now. Keep smashing that like button. Thank you all so much. And for those of you who are on Twitch, don't forget, and TikTok as well, this show is supported by your donations. So I'm able to continue to keep the staff on and grow the show the way I have been because of your donations. So when you can give, much appreciated. If you can't afford to do it, no problem. Just go hit the like button on TikTok. All you got to do. But your donations are the lifeblood of this show. So I do appreciate all you very much. Those of you who help support the show and keep all this going. All right. Back to this one. India proposes retaliatory duties against U.S. steel and aluminum tariffs. The proposed suspension of concessions or other obligations takes the form of an increase in tariffs on selected products originating in the United States, India said in the notice. Okay? This is